Easy on it. Won't beat you up too bad.
Can you share? At the first of a handful of budget retreats that we will have. I'm calling this meeting to order and giving notice to the city council and to the public that at this meeting, the city council may vote to go into executive session for consultation with the city's attorneys for legal advice on any item listed on the following agenda. Can we have roll call?
Mayor Daggett,
Here.
Vice Mayor Sweet, here, Councilmember Aslan, Councilmember Garcia. Oh, hang on,
Is here.
I'm having, yeah.
Is that done on purpose?
No, I'll give you opportunity to unmute here in just a minute. Councilmember House. Also same, and Councilmember Matthews,
Here.
Councilmember Spence.
Here.
All right. Vice Mayor, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Please stand. Pledge of Allegiance.
Flag of the United States of America. And to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Councilmember Matthews, would you read our mission statement? I'll read the mission statement.
Thank you.
The mission of the city of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all. I can also read the land acknowledgement. The Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by native descendants, border mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place as home. All right, so staff, please kick us off, city manager.
Well, good morning.
Morning.
I was thinking about how Greg used to start off retreats as a city manager, and I think he used to have a little napkin that he wrote his comments on. I don't even have any comments. Start with that. Just excited for today and kind of the first kickoff for our budget process, having although as budget will say, the budget is a yearly activity. We're always working on our budget. But excited to have this discussion with council today. What we see today are some things a little different than what we've done in other retreats. And some of that is feedback from all of you. We have a presentation on Rick will be covering that, and Heidi will go over the agenda. But this afternoon, we'll have a discussion on our 2 emergencies and what we're doing and proposing to address those 2 emergencies, and then have a discussion with council and get some feedback on some items as well. So I'm really honored to introduce Jeff Kennedy. Jeff is going to be our facilitator throughout the day today, and he's got some really great engaging activities that I'm excited about. And Jeff, over to you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So it's fun to be back in this budget retreat process. I say that kind of tongue in cheek because I know that these retreats aren't necessarily always fun, but it's always fun for me to be here. So I've been looking forward to it. And I want to make sure that everyone, to the best of your ability, I know there's a lot of other things going on, but that you stay engaged, and got a couple activities to help us to do that. So real quick here, I would like for you to write something down. There are 7 books that are on my list, or on my list of good reads for 2025. And I might ask a question or two from these books. So these are the books. There's Leading with the Heart by Mike Krzyzewski. Win Forever, Live, Work, and Play Like a Champion by Pete Carroll. Love Leadership, The New Way to Lead in a Fear-Based World. That's by John Hope Bryant. Who Says Elephants Can't Dance by Lewis Gessner Jr. Common Purpose, How Great Leaders Get Organizations to Achieve the Extraordinary. That's by John Kurtzman. The Articulate Executive, that's an older book by Granville Toogood. And then this one I highly recommend. It's The FBI Way, Inside the Bureau's Code of Excellence, and that's by Frank Puglisi. So, real quick, I just want to ask this question, and I'll give you the names of the authors again, but who would have said the most powerful leaders are those who serve others first and measure success by the growth of their people?
Same.
Yes, we agree. All right. Hold on. Let me change the rules. Who agrees with that? Thumbs up. All right, all of us. What's that?
From the heart.
Yes, you're good.
It says the elephant one.
Leading from the heart. All right, that was a $10 trivia question. So there you go. You get some.
It's not real.
You get some. Yes,
Staff participate in this too?
absolutely. Yes, absolutely. Staff can participate. So, all right, that's your first one. And I will be handing out fake dollars for correct answers. So great job. Before we get started, I want to tell you just a quick Christmas story. Is everybody here ready for Christmas? Show of hands.
Ready?
Yeah, ready. Like that's ready. All your shopping done. Everything's wrapped. You ready? Okay, show of hands. So one person. One person. So the closer we get to December 25th, the more panicked people get. And having worked in retail for a number of years, people are, they're frazzled, they're frantic, they're spending money they don't have, they can't find the one thing that they have to make somebody's Christmas happy. And that's the customers. And then you have the employees, and they're freaking out about everything because they're working long hours, they're getting cussed out, all that stuff, right? So sometimes as we get closer, it's hard to find those like precious moments, those precious nuggets. And my wife had one not too long ago. I asked her if it was okay if I shared this story. So she was at one of the big box stores and she got all her shopping done and she leaves to go someplace else, realizes that she doesn't have her purse. So she calls me, not frantic, but concerned, like, what are you doing right now? And I was still at the office at the church. She's like, can you go to such and such place? I think I left my purse in a shopping cart. I'm thinking like, okay, go ahead and start calling the bank and whatnot because that purse is gone. So we get there and she's at customer service and they're telling her the rules, you know, because there's rules. We can't look at cameras without filing a police report and so forth. I'm like, okay, well, I know some of these people. Maybe we can get loss prevention to take a look at the cameras. So anyway, they do. And sure enough, they see someone find her purse in a shopping cart and walk off with it. So now I'm really concerned. And she's about in a panic. And it's like, okay, well, what are we going to do? And then loss prevention says, oh, well, the car's still out there. So I'm like, great. We need to go out and at least get a license plate number so we can file a police report. And of course, the LP guy freaks out because he's looking at me and I have my stern look on at that point because I want to go out. He's like, you can't go out and confront the guy. I'm like, I'm not going to. He doesn't believe me. And believe me, Chief, the last thing I want is to have a conversation with you about how I lost my mind in a store parking lot and got arrested. So that's not how I want our next interaction to go. So I'm not going to go out there and confront this person, but LP doesn't know this, right? So he's like totally concerned. And then the employee that I work with said, don't worry, Jeff's not going to start anything. So we start out to the parking lot and here comes this guy and he's holding my wife's purse. It's like, well, there he is right there. And literally before I could say anything, he's like, Rebecca? Like, yes, and she's in tears by now. He's like, I've been trying to get a hold of you. I was messaging you on Facebook. I found your purse in a shopping cart and I wanted to know what you wanted me to do with it. And he hands her purse and he's like, everything's all there. I just had to look in it to find out your name. So now my wife's crying. The LP guy, he's trying not to cry. The employee that I know, she's burst into tears like, this is the coolest Christmas thing ever. And the guy says, well, I wasn't sure if I wanted to take it to customer service because, you know, you just can't trust people. And I said, well, we can trust you. And he was so thankful. He didn't want to reward or anything. So I told you that story to remind you that no matter how crazy things get over the next few days, there really are people that you can trust. So don't lose hope in people. And I'm sure that this room is filled with them. So thank you for being here. As a citizen of this city, I put my trust in you because you're all trustworthy. So there you go. Good enough?
Nice.
All right, cool. Thank you for playing. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do this real fast. If I could have all the council members just kind of stand up a few feet apart. Are we able to, if I did breakouts with Councilmember House and Councilmember Garcia, and I gave them some teams, would they be able to? Or is that something that just has to happen live there? All right, sorry, Councilmember Garcia and House, you're a team of your own. All right, so if I could get councilors just stand up and kind of just space yourselves around the room. Well, just, yeah, where you are. That's good. That's perfect. All right, so. No, do all you remember playing kickball or pickup basketball games as a kid? All right, remember how you chose? So imagine this is a council and staff pickup game. And you are actually going to select your team. And we're going to keep picking until everyone in the room is picked, okay? And Mayor Daggett, we'll start with you. You get first pick. Vice Mayor Sweet. And then just in order, we'll pick. And we are going to go in rounds. And this has to be fast. Like, you don't get to think about it. You just got to go. So are you ready? Who's your first pick? Who? Okay. Join Becky.
She's
Okay.
not competitive at all.
Okay. As soon as you pick, join your team.
Scott.
Heidi.
Okay, we're back to the beginning.
Shannon.
Who's next? Who's next? Who's next? Go, let's go.
Kevin.
Team.
Oh, wait, it's not your pick yet. Hey.
Rebecca.
Kevin.
Now, it's back to you.
To me,
Yes.
is Stacy allowed to leave her computer?
Yes and no. Okay.
You're gonna do that next.
Yes.
We'll be there in spirit.
Stacy's off limits. Okay.
Dar.
My husband also works for the. Nicole.
Tiffany.
Oh, she's not. Oh, she's back there.
The other chief. Mark.
John. Spouse.
John.
John.
Homer.
Okay, let's keep moving. Let's keep moving. Yes.
Ryan. Okay.
All right, whose pick is it?
You're up, Councilmember.
Hunter.
You're in the room. It's like Jessica.
Jessica, you're with,
Heidi. Here, Barry.
okay, y'all remember what team you're on, okay? Mayor, back to you.
Randy.
Okay.
Amir.
Okay.
Don.
Stacy playing? Tammy or Lisa?
Stacy's going to be scribing for us.
Okay, Tammy then. Right here.
Lisa.
Okay, and the last one in the room, Lisa. All right, so everyone knows what team you're on, right? Okay, make sure, look around, make sure you know your team.
Tell me we're playing Red Room.
And Vice Mayor,
The team.
please don't open your envelope. Please do not open your envelope.
Come on it.
Mayor Daggett, I have yours. Councilmember House, yours is on your desk. We'll get to you in a moment. They didn't pick it. I know.
You got
They
spent.
still get it. There you go. All right. Memorize your team. Everybody good? Know what team you're on? Okay, great. You can go back to your seat.
Back to our seats.
Go back to your seats.
Thanks, Councilman. Team.
Okay.
What's with the sign?
I just went up and I was like, hey.
Perfect, perfect. By now, you're probably thinking to yourself, what exactly are we playing? I'll tell you later. I'll tell you later. All right, before I turn things over to Heidi.
Yeah.
I do want to give one more opportunity. This is another $10 question. How about this one? How about this one? Do you remember your books? Win Forever, Love Leadership, Who Says Elephants Can't Dance, Common Purpose, The Articulate Executive. Who may have said this? Extraordinary results happen when people understand not just what to do, but why it matters. Want to take a guess?
Articulate executive.
Are we supposed to raise our hands? Sorry.
Oh, you can, or you just shout it out. It doesn't.
Kara said the elephant one.
Kara said the elephant one?
I say common purpose.
I say.
Common purpose. Very good. Maggie, you just earned yourself
Yes.
$10. Play money.
Thank you.
All right, that's it. It's some Jeff bucks, exactly. All right, Heidi, turn it over to you. Just a reminder, I will do everything to keep us on pace today. Always looking to see where I can trim a minute or two, Rick. So just saying. So if you start to get close to your allotted time, I'll probably like get up and stand over here. And if it looks like I'm about to walk out the door, that means your time is up. Fair enough? All right, let's go. Okay.
The clicker's not working.
How about I?
Okay. You tell me, is this okay? Yeah, this is perfect. Thank you. I will keep working. All right, good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, Heidi Derryberry, the city's budget director. I'm here this morning. First of all, we're going to talk just briefly about the agenda of what you're going to see today. First of all, I'm going to kick off with a very brief budget introduction, and then Rick is going to share some revenue updates. Thank you. And then we're going to have a council activity. We're going to speak a little bit about some retreat planning that Joanne already mentioned. We're going to talk about declared emergencies this afternoon. And then we have some other updates and then a wrap up this afternoon as well. Oh, that's a bunch of smiley faces here. Just a reminder of who the budget team is. Our newest member, Kevin, has joined us in his new role. So just really high level, I want to remind everybody of what the process is. We are kicking off another year of budget. I really feel like we were just here a year ago talking to you at the same retreat. It's amazing how fast a year goes by working in the city and with what we do. So we are at our first retreat of the year. As we always do, we hold this retreat either in December if it is a non-election year. We hold it in January if it is, just so that we can make sure we get the newest members of council involved. Right now, It says January, but actually divisions are already hard at work on their budgets. They're working on their capital planning. They're looking at what their operating needs are. So while we're meeting, they're also on a bunch of work. In January is when divisions start inputting into our system all of their requests. They start submitting their capital. So we have a lot going on in the next few weeks. Then we'll be back with you in February for kind of our really big first official kickoff where you start to hear more about revenues. It's really early in the year. So Rick is going to share some things today, but February is kind of our first dive that we start talking about some of the fixed costs we know, anything that we have coming. And then in February and March is when we are reviewing all of those requests that come and all of the capacities we have and needs and coming up with the city manager's recommended budget that we come back to you guys for in April. In there, we also traditionally in the last couple of years have had a capital retreat, and then we're back with you in April for really the city manager's recommended budget discussion. And then right after that is all the different layers. As you all know, being through this process at least once now, we have our public hearing for property tax adoption of tentative budget, final budget, and then the property tax levy adoption, and then our implementation July. So I just want to share, we changed this slide a little bit this year, just to show. So the orange slide or the orange colors are all the times that you're hearing from us and that we're bringing things from budget to you guys and wanting input and participation. And then obviously you are the ones that are responsible for adopting the budget every year. So just showing that those are all the times that we're bringing stuff to you. Not to say, like Joanne also mentioned, or Jeff, somebody, budgets year round. So staff is working all the time, but those are the real focus when we're bringing things to you. Here's our timeline for the next few months. So right now, December 19th, we're kicking off our first retreat. And as I mentioned, we'll be back February 5th and 6th for our February retreat. March 26th is the date we have currently scheduled for the Capital Improvement Program retreat. And then April 23rd and 4th is the city manager's recommended budget retreat. And then June 2nd is our first time before council for adoption for the tentative budget. A lot happens on that June 16th. We have the property tax levy hearing, first read of the property tax adoption, and then the final budget adoption. And then on July 7th, right before the normal summer break, is the second read of the property tax adoption. So we do remind everybody each year of the color of money. I'm probably going to move through this pretty quickly because I know a number of you have heard it a number of times now. But just a reminder as we kick off budget, the importance of the color of money that we have here at the city. And that we have many, many revenue sources. You'll hear about some of those today. And those are restricted in many ways. So in order to account for that, we do have over 50 funds. And just reminding as we talk about our needs and our revenues and expenses over the next number of retreats, just remembering that there's many of those that are restricted. So we have to keep those in mind as we're talking about needs. This is a quick reminder. These are our fund types that we have. We have our special revenue funds, our enterprise funds, our capital project funds, debt service funds, and then our biggest general fund. So our special revenue funds, most of these are used to account for revenues that are derived from specific taxes or other earmarked sources. They're usually required by statute, charter, or ordinance to finance a particular function or activity. As a refresher, a reminder, here are our main special revenue funds. We have our Housing and Community Services Fund, which is mostly grants. It does have general fund infusion into it, but it's mostly the grants. We have library, which is our secondary property tax funded through the library district, and then general fund does support this fund as well via a transfer. We have HERF, which is the gasoline tax. We have our transportation tax, which is made up of our transit, road repair and street safety, Lone Tree overpass, and our transportation improvements. We We have BBB, as you can see, and you're probably aware, beautification, economic development, tourism, arts and science and recreation make up those funds. We have park flags, which are mainly supported by fees. And we have our water resource and infrastructure protection fund, which is also fee-based. And we have our enterprise funds, remembering these are mainly self-supporting through user fees. So these are, the user fees are by ordinance and they are restricted for the use. So these include water, wastewater, solid waste, trash charges. We have some rents and airport leases and fees. And these funds include all of our enterprise funds: water, wastewater, reclaimed water, stormwater, solid waste, sustainability and environmental management, airport, and Flagstaff Housing Authority. Then we also can move on to our capital project funds. These are funds that we use to track and account major capital projects or things that are like GO bond supported projects. They are restricted with funding sources. They're usually voter approved bonds. We have some that are very large grants, for example, Downtown Mile. We have $50+ million in grants. We also have a lot of city contributions into that project, but it's huge. So we actually segregate that project as its own fund and we do all the trackings. We have our GO bond projects, like I mentioned. So we still have a little bit of money left over in our Flagstaff Urban Trail System open space money. Our watershed protection bond, exciting news, fire's working on spending the rest of that. And then that is also where we track our Prop 441 and 442. As you can see, some really big dollars and big projects are tracked here. We also still track the USGS campus expansion project. We do have voter approved money for that. We haven't moved forward, but we do have that all tracked separately. And then, like I mentioned, the Downtown Mile is one of these. We have our debt service funds. And so our debt service funds are used to account for the accumulation and resources and payment of long-term debt. These are restricted revenues for the purpose of that. So we have our GO bond fund, which is our secondary property tax. So that's where we hold and track and pay for those GO bonds. And then the second debt service fund that we have is our pension bond fund. Like many of you probably know, the general fund, the RIP fund, or water resource and infrastructure protection, and airport fund all transfer money to pay for the debt service of that PSPRS pension debt. And then last but not least, the general fund. This accounts for all revenues and expenses used to finance the traditional services of the city for anything that we haven't already talked about. So most police, fire, general administration, all the shared service functions, planning and development, etc. And the general fund, it's our largest, and it does have a pretty large array of revenues. That is where we spend and use our 1% city sales tax. We have our franchise taxes, primary property tax funds go into the general fund, our state shared revenues, include sales tax, income tax, and vehicle license tax, our licenses and permits, fines and forfeitures, and then our user fees, which are charges for services. And in the general fund, those are what support, oh, I missed community development, I'm sorry. Planning, development services, recreation, police, fire, and cemetery. And that is all I have, just as that quick refresher of the color of money. And Rick's going to come share revenue. Favorite topic.
Didn't know that.
Well, now, oh, look at
Good catch. Right. Thank you, Heidi. Appreciate that little introduction to budget as we kick off this another budget year with council. Great to see you all here today. So I'm going to give you some revenue updates. Today we're going to hear some positive and negatives as far as what we've seen for our revenues in several categories throughout the city. I'll provide you updates as far as how we ended last fiscal year, what we adopted as budget, what our estimates were, and how we ended the fiscal year on revenue. And then how we're looking year to date and projections based on what we've seen in the last 5 months of revenues. The next budget treat will be that more forward-looking as far as projections, multi-year planning that will bring down to council for retreat as we dive down deeper. Initially, I had intended to have an economic update outlook for you today, but I didn't have the opportunity to put all that together. So we'll really focus on that with the February retreat, because that does line up with how we look at our future projections and what we're seeing in the economy. There's a lot to talk about as far as, inflation, tariffs, housing, tourism, federal impacts to our organization and more. So we'll dive deep into that in the February retreat. So as we go into our revenue updates, I'll also talk about the impacts that some of our state and federal things are happening with our state shared revenues as we move forward. But just as a information, as far as how we look at and project our revenues, I use a combination of a crystal ball and a dartboard to get to the numbers I project. So that's where they come from, but but honestly, we use like a 4-level estimating for our revenues. We really look at different scenarios as we're looking at our estimates. We look at where we're at year to date with our calendar numbers. Then we look at compared to what we adopted with budget, compared to how we looked last year, compared to how we are year to date and how that, if that continued, the impact of those revenues that we'll see. And then we average those out to kind of give a balanced approach to what we're looking at revenue projections. We don't just do a snapshot and say, we're going to use those numbers. We want to take a balanced approach to projecting our revenues. So with that, the first slide I'd like to talk about is the year end for the general fund sales tax. This is our 1% sales tax we have for the city. And you can see here that at the end of fiscal year 24-25, compared to what we brought to you as part of the budget adoption in April, we had some positive movement on our year-end revenues. We ended about $225,000 above our estimates for sales tax. So that's a positive thing. And generally, when we look at those types of revenues, those fund kind of one-time monies because we're not going to commit those to ongoing resources in the future. Those are kind of one-time resources we use to fund the next year's budget. Most categories had positive swings. Of notes, the two hotel, motel, short-term rentals. That's one that we saw kind of struggling a little bit last year, and we'll talk more about that. Continuing to struggle in the current year. And use tax has been down quite a bit from last year. But overall, it's nice to have multiple categories help balance out your revenue resources. You're not relying on one resource over time. Next, I want to jump forward to the first half of the year, almost first half, 5 months, pretty close. So over the first 5 months, here's a table that will show you that we're looking at a year over year by month and by categories, showing how each category is returning versus last year's revenues. And then I guess the first column to look at is that total column that we have listed on the second column there. Overall, activity started really slow this year in July and August. We were looking at a 4% decline the first couple months of the year. So it really opened my eyes and we started talking about looking at these projections more often. We need to do more check-ins. And so we really put more focus on it. Even though we were looking at it monthly, we want to have more focus on look and see what's occurring. But then you can see the next 3 months, September, October, November, overall revenues leveled off. They were pretty level over prior year revenues. So it kind of had some positive gains in the last 3 months, but not enough to make up for the first 2 months of the fiscal year. There is a lot of red on the chart. We're not used to seeing this much red, but you see things are bouncing back and forth in some categories, and some categories actually have been down every month. You'll see that there's 2 categories of hotel, actually 3. Hotel, motel, short-term rentals are miscellaneous categories, which includes things like publications, printing, advertising, really smaller revenues. and our personal property rentals. Those were a couple categories that have been consistently underperforming. Some of the top categories you'll see is the hotel, motels, and short-term rentals that I talked about in the previous slide. It continues to slip a little bit, and it's currently about 13% below last year. This is attributed to hotels and short-term rentals. We're seeing short-term rentals maybe having less people visiting our community, as well as our hotels and motels. We'll talk a bit more on that subject when we talk about BBB, because it really impacts our bed, board, and beverage tax more than the general fund. This is just what is it about? I have it here, 4%. No, well, I wrote it down somewhere, but it's a small percentage of our general fund sales tax revenue, but it's a big percentage of our BBB tax revenues.
Rick, can I ask a quick question?
Please do.
That amusements, the negative 61% for November, what's included in that category? And is that just an anomaly?
Amusements is like your Orpheums, your theaters, those kind of things. I don't know if it's an anomaly or if it's a balance between the 2 months that occurred. Just to go on that point, it's based on when people pay us, not when they report for the month. So this is based on they pay. Some people may have paid late or paid early. So I'm not sure if that's going to be a continuing trend or if it's just that one-time bump that we saw. Notably, the November revenues are aligned with the federal shutdown too, right? That's when we had the federal shutdown all of October and part of November. So there may have been less visitation to movie theaters, people holding back on spending funds, being conservative of what they really spend their money on, because there was uncertainty of when that would stop. That, as well as the hotels and motels and short-term rentals, had impact probably related to those federal shutdowns. That's the kind of linkage I see with those few numbers. Is that discretionary spending or those types of things? Took care of a future bullet of mine. So now I want to go back to the chart that shows our revenues for our sales tax. And here it applies that what we've seen this first 5 months, puts it through our estimating program. And now we have some projections that we see for our general fund sales tax at this time. So we started looking at putting this data together starting in September. We wanted a full quarter of revenues posted and wanted to make sure we're leveling off those increases and decreases. So starting September overall versus the adopted budget, and the adopted budget was actually about 2% above what prior actuals were. But really, when we're even, we're still below budget. So these numbers don't necessarily correlate exactly because we want to be above budget. Above last year is our. So in September, we're looking at a forecast about 500,000 short. October changed downward slightly. Then November upticked a little bit more to the 523,900 number for our projection as of today for ending the fiscal year. A lot can happen in the last 7 months. So we'll keep a track on this. We'll have definitely a better update for council in February as we look through these numbers. Here. So, of all the categories, really the bigger concerns are within the hotel, motel, short-term rentals. We'll talk about more of that in the retreat in the BBB section. We have noticeably seen contracting revenues decline. We're seeing a correlation here also with our building permits that we'll see in a few slides from now. We'll talk about building permits at that point. One of the concerning areas is we don't expect to meet our retail numbers for this year. Well, we're okay year to date. We're even over year to year. We're not hitting the projection of increase for retail. But the marketplace is doing well. So are people going more to the marketplace versus our local retails where we prefer them to be in our community? So those are some of the key categories we'll be watching and give you more updates at the February retreat. This chart helps provide a picture of how we've been performing quarter after quarter. I thought it was good to present this to council this year to show kind of how we've seen trends in the past and how our revenues have been as a quarter by quarter as well as year to date. I'm probably have to come over this way to point at some of these columns. So here you'll see that, you know, most of the time you see an upward trend, which is great, which we hope to see our economy grow and taxes grow. But as you recall, back in the fiscal year 2018-19 was a year where we started to see some impacts to our sales tax revenues. And that's when we started talking about recessions, was back in the summer of 2019. That's the year before COVID, but we started talking about that. Well, we're looking at numbers that are declining. And that's when we started developing that recession plan. We got to have a plan if this trend continues. So the timing was very good that we started working on that plan, which was adopted in the next fiscal year. So you can see that was a dip in our revenues that we saw coming. Then as we went into fiscal year 2019-2020, we had some rebounds, but then we had some declines. It kind of was still on that uncertainty as far as where our sales tax revenues would be. And then along came April, the last quarter year. That's when we had most of the shutdown of economic activity in our community. And that's where you see we were starting to trend well, but that was the month where we got hit a little bit with activity. But we still, overall, we did above what we did the prior year. It's always good to be above. And then from there, you can see growth has been really good for the last 5 years. We've really had some steep growth after COVID for a couple of years, and now it's starting to level off again. We're seeing that level off in these trends, as well as what we're seeing in our revenues I shared today. We're starting to see that kind of slow down and grow. That's it for sales tax in the general fund. That's the 1% sales tax. The next big thing that we've been talking about this summer were impacts that affect our state shared revenues. There's 3 items that are in the front of what we're talking about and looking at our revenues and our projections related to the federal budget bill that was passed. The Santan Valley annexation, which was a community of 100,000 that annexed this August through a voter referendum, as well as the Maricopa County Stadium District had a small impact on our shared revenues. So the federal budget, there's good news, bad news. You know, good news is we do expect our community members and citizens to have more monies in their pockets because of some of the changes we've had in adopting that budget bill. No tax on tips, no tax on retirements, those kind of things. We do foresee a positive for citizens. It impacts our income tax though. Most of the things that are in the budget bill were items that impact income tax, deductions, things that are exempt, corporate level or individual levels. And when those trickle down, that impacts state and then local level of income tax revenue. The Joint Legislative Budget Committee, or JLBC, has been providing analysis this summer to show what the impacts they expect from the state level, and they outline it very well, where we can pull out and deduct what is income tax related for our cities. So we're using their data to kind of see how that trends and how the impacts will be in the coming years. The one positive, you want to call it that, is, well, there's a couple. It depends on what the state declares as tax conformity. They could say, yes, we're going to go 100% with what the federal budget is, or they could say, no, we're not going to adopt these deductions for the state level. I would assume they'll adopt most of them, but we'll see in this legislative session what they actually do with conformity. The other one is we have time for reaction on this type of activity, because you remember when a state collects income taxes in one fiscal year, we don't see those revenues. They don't distribute them until a fiscal year after the next. So revenues they collected last fiscal year, FY25, is what we'll see for FY26. So we already know what FY26 is looking like. It's the future years that we're going to see potential impacts to the city of Flagstaff and what we have for resources. And so that means we have a little bit of time to adjust as we're going through this year in budget adoption. We'll make sure what we're addressing that long-term impacts also. The other item is Santan Valley annexation. That community decided to put a referendum out to annex Santan Valley. What it brought in is, it was approved overwhelmingly, and it brought in another 100,000 to the state shared calculation. So when they bring 100,000 into the calculation, our percentage of that income drops. So we are going to see those impacts, and working with the Arizona League of Cities, those will be pretty much immediate. They haven't really determined all the levels and which ones will be effective immediately, but we do expect it to happen this year. They're going to start getting distributions from the state shared revenues. And that means income tax, state tax, auto lieu, and highway user revenues. Some of those are impacted by a population category in some fashion. So those are the ones we're looking at for immediate impacts that we'll have this fiscal year. And as we develop next year's budget, we'll have those align. Maricopa County Stadium District, it's a small impact to us, but it is notable that we should bring it up. When they approved a bill at last year, they determined that they're going to pull money off the top of the sales tax revenues before they distribute to cities and towns. So it did decrease the pot of revenues that get distributed before they go to their calculations of 18% to cities and so forth. The majority of that is funded through the Phoenix and that region for the district.
Rick, and this could be on the next slide. Do you have any guesstimate on the impact to the Santan Valley Annex and our shared revenue?
Next slide.
I'm just anxious.
Yes, the next slide, I'm going to walk through each of these and show from an income tax side what we're looking at as far as an impact. So that leads right in. So I took the JLBC information, looked at the income tax related items, and I layered out kind of where we're looking at for projections over the next several years. Can't read that slide from. So I thought I would start, I want to start with a baseline, because remember when I said that collections in FY25 have been completed, and we know we're going to collect in 27. So they actually had good income tax returns at the state level. Their revenues were up. It was up above our projections that we had. And so now in 27, 28, we'll get those distributions. So we were anticipating growth in our income tax had there not been any negative reductions to income tax over the next few years. So you can see that for next fiscal year, for FY26, 27, we did anticipate a gain in income tax. That was actually from their 24, 25 revenue. So we know we're going to have a gain in state shared revenues without any change in activities or distributions. So we were on the positive side before all these other things kind of hit us and had these impacts. And so going out, we definitely see that we were in a good spot with state shared income tax. But then we go down to that next line where it says Santan Valley and Ballpark. This is where we're seeing one component of the hits that are going to be immediate and ongoing for our distributions. Once we apply that 100,000 to that calculation of population, we expect to see a decline this year of 123,000. And then that translates year by year, 266,000 to 77, and then as you know, growth in revenues, that share takes into that. So that's the impact of Santan Valley alone by them annexing into our state, which is good for them. They've got resources to help their community and deliver services that they need. Then the last, second to last group is the federal budget impacts. And like I said, this is a delayed impacts. It'll be based on the collections this year. If they adopt this tax conformity and people remit their tax returns, we'll have more refunds probably this year than we do have planned in collections. So we expect that in fiscal year 26 collections, and which is our 27, 28, 2 years out for budget, we're going to see nearly $1 million impact to our income tax state shared revenues. We'll also have the other impacts that we share. There's an initial hit related to those tax categories, and it kind of levels off down to the 750,000, and then growth by income growth. So that's where the biggest hit is, but we also have time, and we will be addressing this as we adopt budgets in this coming year. We don't want to wait until that year. And we'll know more about what they did for tax conformity. We'll see the numbers that they brought in for revenues. And then the last line kind of rolls all those changes into year over year changes to what our projections were in the current budget year, fiscal year 25-26, to what we expect to see going forward. So we'll have the current year decline 123,000. We'll have some growth based on actual collections next year, but then you can see it dipping down. So we may use some of that for one-time revenues to level off that future impact that we're going to have from the federal budget bill. Did that help answer questions you would have had?
Yes, it did.
All right.
Sadly.
Sadly, right. I agree. So, how's my time?
Doing fine.
Are you sure? Let me catch up now. All right, so let's dive down into updating how we ended the year with our state shared revenues. This includes the sales tax, the income tax, and the auto lieu vehicle registration necessities. So here you can see we were pretty close to our year-end estimates. When you blend all three of these categories, we're up 34,000. So we're very close to what the target was at the end of the fiscal year. So we have a little bit of one-time capacity that was built up from those year-end actuals. But then, as we go out the years, as we go into fiscal year 25-26, and we update our projections based on what we know now with the annexation and impacts that we're going to have, we've been adjusting those revenues accordingly to make sure we're positioned at the right position with the right resources to fund next year's budget. While they have not started reducing our shared revenue, I'm planning that they are reducing. And so what you'll see is in the second to last column, those impacts are all related to state shared revenues or state shared impacts of annexation and distributions related to Santan Valley. That's the current year impacts that we're going to see. State shared sales tax is actually up 8% this year. But after you take out that distribution to Santan Valley and reallocation, we're actually looking at pretty close to budget, 35,000. Income tax, I showed you that one, urban revenue or income tax, and auto lieu, as that was a 1% growth this year, was doing well. As you expect them to reduce our allocation, our percentages, we do look like at that not meeting budget for this year. So overall, state shared revenues projected right now, we're looking at about 209,000 decline versus budget this year. Still on the general fund, just a few other select revenues I want to share. Primary property tax, building permits, and franchise fees. When we look at, as we closed out the fiscal year, these as a whole ended up very well versus our projections. Building permits had some great gains over the last couple months of the year, as well as franchise fees. But property tax did not quite meet our projections, which could be a little bit of delinquency calculation related there. But overall, we're about 360,000 above projection at year end for these three categories. I haven't looked at the other permits, licenses, charges for services yet, but this is a good group to look at. But now as we project out this year, as we're looking at the year, month over month numbers, we're doing okay with primary property tax. We'll know more when we start getting the big payments this month and so forward. Building permits is the one that we're really keeping an eye on. And I want to have a conversation with our planning and services division, talk about what they're seeing in the community for construction and so forth. We just haven't had the time to connect prior to this meeting, but we'll have an update for you there. But you can see construction contracting was down. Well, this is also correlated to building permits is down year over year. But we don't project growth every year. We always keep this at a stable level. So we're in a decent spot for our projections, but we do see we may not meet that this year. Yes.
Could you give me an example of franchise fees? How do we earn these?
So I keep getting away from my notes. So
McDonald's and Wendy's?
No, not those kind of franchises. Franchise fees are for companies using our right of way at the city of Flagstaff. So this is our natural gas, our cable, electric, and telecom. For them to use our right of way and deliver service community, they have certain taxable services that they collect and remit to the city.
Thank you.
Yep. So those are doing well. The category that was a little bit better than the others is the electric. Could be higher prices bringing more revenues. But franchise fees are doing decent. And overall, with these revenues, we're looking at about 188,000 under budget of 1.6. That's projecting today, and we hope to see some positive gains in the future.
So just adding on to Councilmember Spence's comment on franchise fees. Do the utilities pay that per hookup line to a neighborhood, or how is it calculated exactly? Or is it just individual use consumer and they pay as a franchise fee for that collection?
Quite positive it's on the consumption. I have to look more in detail, but I think it's on the consumption. It's on your monthly bill. We don't get collections when they're connecting and adding services. It's at the time of service.
So I get my gas bill and you're charging other fees, we get a percentage of that.
That we're in that other fee category with the others.
Thank you.
It's above and beyond. Yeah. So, as I mentioned, as we look at these revenues, the previous revenues that I showed you, at year end, we're about 650,000 above year end estimates. But as you roll those together and look at what we're projecting as a whole for the current fiscal year, you'll see that our current projections are about 921,000 below our budgeted revenues. So that's something that we're going to be watching at and bringing updates for you. This is about a 1.2% under our revenues, and this represents 90%. The ones that were excluded down below is the other 10% of revenues that we look at for the general fund. But this is 90%. This is quite a big percentage of what we're talking about when we're looking at our revenue projections. So we'll have a little bit of work to do with this year's budget. We may not have capacity growth like we've had in the last few strong years of revenue growth we've had. But we'll balance our funds. We'll provide new updates and new projections for you in February, and we'll determine what resources we have for the coming budget year at that time. And the 1.2 is a good thing to just remember because, you know, we have a recession plan. When we hear certain triggers, that triggers our recession plan. We'll talk about recession plan in a few more slides from now. We're not quite where we're at with our current plan that we just adopted. Next, I want to go over some of our special revenue funds. And first off, we'll look at how they ended at the end of the fiscal year. Good news here. These funds performed well in the last few months of the last fiscal year. So we saw gains in all of these categories for BBB, transportation taxes, which is, Heidi mentioned here, road repair, street safety, transit, Lone Tree overpass, and the road, pedestrian, bikes, and safety improvements, 419, 420. As well as our revenues, gas tax. They had a good ending of the fiscal year. So we had some one-time capacity that we'll have for future decisions in our plans. Of note, as we move forward, we already talked about sales tax. Sales tax impacts the first two categories, the BBB tax as well as transportation taxes. When we look at BBB taxes, there's two categories that are adding the 2% to your transactions. That's our restaurants and our hotel, motel, short-term rentals, or lodging under 30 days. It's the same thing. Our restaurants revenues, as we shown on previous slides, are performing well. They're kind of on target. I think we're going to do well there. But it's the hotel side, motels, short-term rentals that we see the declines. And when we look at hotels versus restaurants, hotel, motel, lodging under 30, that's about 7% of BBB, or 32% of the BBB tax, versus general fund, it's only 7% of our total sales tax. So it has a bigger direct impact to BBB taxes when we see these declines. Well, that's 32% of the BBB tax is related to those categories, hotel, motel, short-term rentals. So our Discover team, our Flagstaff team, you know, does a lot of work in tracking these monthly. So they share those projections every month when they get to them. I take a glance at them. They've been tracking, and we know these numbers are not doing well. So that helps me with my projections. And as we look forward, they have several metrics they look at from the hotel and motel side. We don't have data on the short-term rental side. We're trying to figure out how we get data on short-term rentals, and hopefully we can get something by next retreat. But they really do pay attention to those metrics. They really look at that and they adapt. They adopt new advertises. They change their methods. I'm not going to go into all the great things that they do, but if you do have questions about what Discover's Flag's doing related to this industry, because tourism is a big part of Flagstaff. It's a major industry, and they understand it, and they really do put the extra effort. They kick into overdrive. They change how they advertise, where they advertise. They may look for the direct flight and the short drive locations to advertise and bring to Flagstaff versus those flying long distance and so forth. If you read the November report that just came out this week from Economic Vitality, you can see all the efforts they're doing, you know, what activity they're watching, how they're using AI and looking where they're getting the money into the right spot, get the best bang for our dollar. So kudos to them, and we really hope that they see some boosts to our hotels and motels, maybe over these holiday seasons and so forth as we go forward. You know, some of the impacts of reductions that we're seeing is related to international travel market. That's a big part of what we get from our tourism industry. There's a percent that we kind of rely on each year, and we're not seeing that anymore. I don't have the percentages, but it has declined quite a bit of percent, and we don't see that coming back anytime soon. Probably expect another summer of kind of low international travel until we can build back that ability to bring them back to our community. The federal shutdown had a big impact. I believe, you know, we were down 25% in our November numbers, which was October activity. So we're seeing those types of impacts to the hotel area also in tourism. There's a lot of positive things though out there. The work Discover Flag's doing, as well as the Macy's Day Parade. Saw the tubas with the Route 66. We're starting to get recognition out there. And we've got some future items this year. We have the Route 66 celebration, hoping to bring more tourism in. We got the America's 250th birthday, as well as Dark Skies 25th anniversary. So some great events that will market and help to boost our tourism industry next year. Then we have the transportation taxes, which for those several categories, those kind of mirror what we talked about when we talked about general sales tax. So I'm not going to go into a lot of details here, but it kind of distributes over those categories, and they'll all see some impacts from our year-end estimates. And then lastly, highway user revenue. We're still trying to figure out where this is going to land with the state shared, with the annexation of Santan Valley. It shouldn't have a direct impact because they do two different distribution methods. But we haven't quite gotten into the numbers and seen what they're changing. But right now we're kind of on target at budget. Maybe a slight dip that we'll see in the highway user revenue fund tax. Well, those are your revenue updates that I have for you today. In light of, you know, some of the conversations that the positive and negatives I shared with you, we felt it would be good to engage on a recession plan, because it could be something that we want to consider this year or next. So our economic recession plan was adopted in 2020. As we talked about it, we saw revenue trends, and just before COVID, it was very timely. But the economic recession plan adopts 5 steps that we work through based on declining revenues and what actions we want to take. It also overlays independent to the budget. So we may budget at one level, and then we hope the economic recession plan helps adjust for expenditure side of activity. It's adaptable, where we can implement the first couple levels of the recession plan based on what we're seeing and projecting with the city manager's direction. However, when we get to those significant levels, we'll be in front of council. We'll be talking about where we're at, and we'll be asking council for us to move into those higher stages, which create bigger impacts to our operations at the city. And this year, we made some changes to the alerts, minor and moderate levels. I'll show you those in a minute as I show you the stages. So that's the basis there. And then as we're looking at the focus of what we're looking at for reductions in expenses and so forth, we really focus on the operation side. These are those recurring operating revenues that we have in our divisions versus capital. We try not to slow down our capital investments, and we'll talk about that in a minute. So we want to try and maintain through these stages, maintain a good service level, especially for those critical services that we had. So we want to make sure we're hitting the right operation areas. Maintaining a capital improvement plan, because those are generally a 5 and 15-year plan. We have opportunity in the future to adjust and manage those capital projects. So it's not a knee-jerk thing that we want to do with cutting capital improvements. We want to think about those differently. We understand that some projects that are not urgent may be deferred. We may want to say, let's not start big digging in the ground. Let's start building that. We may want to defer some of those big projects, but not everything, obviously. Our general fund has the biggest impact when it talks about operations. We are about 41% of the total city operating budget. And so when we see revenues there, that's a big impact to our organization. And investing dollars strategically. This is where I talk about, we want to keep our capital projects moving. We want to keep people employed. We want to keep contractors working. We want maybe accelerate capital projects if we can, to get these resources and revenues into our community. As well as our tourism, as I just spoke about, we want to invest more. We want to be in front of tourism. When we get into recession periods, we usually outperform other parts of the state because we're looking at this, we're investing more. So it's not always reduce revenue. Sometimes it's spend, not always reduce expenditure. Sometimes we want to invest more during a recession period.
On the capital improvement projects, will council be, will we have a meeting on that to talk about what is recommended to maybe slow down? And also, are you talking about, because capital improvement projects come from different funding. So why would we slow those down anyway if it's not coming from our general fund, sales tax and other funds?
Great question, because I missed a bullet.
Oh.
I'm sorry. So when we check in, we go into a significant stage. We'll check in with you as far as the budget process. We have a CIP retreat and we'll talk to you about during February and April also about capital projects. If there's change, you'll probably hear in those types of meetings. But I missed my note on the recession plan is a fund level recession plan. So just because one fund is in recession period doesn't mean they all are, right? So if we're talking about general fund today, that's one impact. But when you're talking about water services, they may not have the same decline in revenues. We don't want them to slow down and stop. So it's revenue basis. So the transportation taxes, if we really see a long-term projection in the transportation taxes, then you may see a readjustment of capital projects. It's really a fund by fund basis. So yeah, stop everything. Great clarity. Great clarity. I'm sorry I missed that point a little bit ago. Let me look at my notes, make sure I didn't miss something else.
Yeah, and I'm sorry if I missed this. Are there any recent changes? Maybe this is a question for Joanne. Yeah. Are you planning any changes to the recession plan?
Next slide. Me and well, we did have a conversation about the recession plan 2 months ago with the budget team, and we also brought to leadership to talk about, is this still the right recession plan? We went through it and we felt it is still a very strong plan. There was one adaptation that we decided to make, and it's related to these targets and these ranges, because in the previous recession plan, the first level said up to 3%. But do we really want to make a change and go into recession plan if we're 0.01% below budget or below projections? No, that wasn't our intention, that we automatically triggered this every time we saw a dip in revenues. So we felt it was better to have a different range starting at 2% to 3% for that first range of alert. We feel that we can adapt to declines in revenues if it's below that 2%, but we may need some help from the organization when we get up to that 2 to 3% range. We got to start thinking about not spending monies in certain areas. So that's the one change that we did make to this plan.
So looking at your asterisk, it says that when we get into a significant trigger, 5% to 10% is when it requires consent by and resolution from council. But in the moderate trigger, 3 to 5%, there's a partial freeze on new hires, which makes sense. But my concern is police, fire, our core services. So are you able to touch on that a little bit on what, is there particular new hire categories or is that across the board? Because we definitely don't want to have law enforcement and fire, get hit by this.
Yeah, it really, those first couple of years is really the city manager support and discretion how we repositions and go for it. It's not going to be all, We say we want to maintain those essential services. So we don't expect that the police and fire and other critical services we provide will be impacted by freezing
Okay.
positions. I don't know if we said public safety specifically in the plan. I was just looking at that, but it does talk about maintaining essential but non-essential services where we
Okay.
want to make
All
those.
right. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah.
And
Just, these are just high level bullets. It's not the
Yeah,
whole
yeah.
thing, but I will send this out to council. We forgot to include it in the packet.
And just to jump in, even on that alert minor and moderate, I'll touch with council on kind of where we are. Rick, it might be, I don't know if you're planning on doing this, but a reminder of where we are right now in relation to this stage.
Yeah, so right now, when you saw my comparison of all the revs, we're at 1.2, 1.6%. I can't remember every number anymore. So we're just below there. But if we start seeing that, December returns, January returns start to continue to decline, you could see us bumping up that threshold for the next couple of months. Because the trend's not great. So yeah, we're still below that first level configuration. The one that I haven't had a chance to look at is our BBB funds may be in that first level. We just haven't had the time to apply it and make sure that that's falling in the right place. So that could be one category. Like I said, it's by fund that you may want to talk about that alert minor stage. Yes.
Now that you mentioned the BBB funds in this context, can you remind me, we've, on one of your previous slides, it showed the percentage allocation of BBB funds to the different activities that are supported by this special sales tax. Remind me of the sequence of putting money in the bank in this dedicated account and then drawing from that bank account. Do we draw down a year after it's already in the bank, or do we draw down as the year as a particular year progresses?
Well, some of the funds act differently, but generally it is, we're drawing down on current revenues too. We have our reserve that we put in place, which is about a 3-month reserve for some of our funds. That'll be in fund balance and available, but generally it depends on current revenues to fund programs. The couple that are a little bit different is the recreation BBB fund, as well as beautification and arts. Those are more capital project related. So those could be just delaying projects a little bit or adjusting projects or adjusting the future plan versus a tourism and economic development may have some impacts more recent from these types of revenue declines. But current revenues are funding.
Just to follow up on that, I'm not a finance expert by any means, but one thing to consider to give us, to take away a level of uncertainty with the BBB and downturns in tourism, that kind of thing that can happen quickly, like a dragon fire at the North Rim or the federal government shutdown. It might seem prudent just to think, could we change the way we spend that money and only spend it when it's in the bank and not spend as the year goes along? I'm not making a proposal. I'm just raising a question to think about.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend going that far because, we do want to continue to deliver services and, we can adapt over time. We do a 5-year forecasting. So we build the recessionary periods into the 5-year plans. We kind of make sure that we're not really committing 100% of resources every year. They plan out over time for us. So I wouldn't recommend 100% reserve fund balance for something like
Something to Rick.
those areas.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council Member Heidi Hansen, Economic Vitality Director. That was a great question, and I would love to give you a little bit of history on, we've had other issues with either a recession, a pandemic, and now what we're seeing with international travel. And Rick was doing a great job explaining what we're doing currently. So what we do is international travel is 16% of our visitation. And so because we know that it's been down right now, we've pivoted. So what we do is we put less money into international travel and we put more into domestic. So what we're trying to do is to get the people that can drive here quickly, spend a day, hopefully spend an evening. We try to get about 2.5 nights out of them. And that is what we've been doing in the last 4 months to try to keep our share. In years that we've had a recession or a COVID pandemic, we have actually put more money into marketing because when things get better, we get up to speed faster. So if we are like some of the other markets or cities in Arizona where we have taken our money and we've just stopped advertising, we actually come out of it very slow. So I'll give you an example. 2008, when we had a recession, the city council at the time let us take $250,000 and put it into more marketing of Flagstaff to get people to come here and to keep spending their money in our restaurants, hotels. And we only had a 3% decline in our tourism metrics where every other city in Arizona was in double digits. So it is important for us to not take our foot off the pedal. We're having an issue like this, but to actually put our foot on the pedal, because if not, our businesses are going to be in worse shape than ever. So I hope that helps a little bit on the method to the madness there.
Thank you. That is helpful.
Okay, great.
One more quick question for now. Just to understand operationally, in the next couple of months, we will see different, and we'll hear some of it this afternoon with housing and sustainability, but every department's going to come in with requests either for new FTE, a new position and stuff. So seeing this recession plan, they of course still have to plan for, if all things considered, we'd like this increase. And if those FTE increases, new positions increases are approved, are they approved if, unless we go into stage 2 or 3 and then we're not adding new FTE, or is this just on the freeze on new hires for vacancies? So let's say a department has 20 FTE and they're running at 16, filling those as opposed to adding new FTE. Does that make sense? Am I explaining it right? So, I know we've got to plan for what we need, not knowing what, if any, recession trigger we're going to hit. But I'm concerned about new expansion, new positions, new requests for more FTE, and how that is addressed in our recession planning.
You saw the future impact, the $1 million pill impact. So that's one of the things what we need to make sure we're within those resources that we learn more. So we will update the 5-year plan, and provide what we have for resources. But it may be at a resource level that we budget here, understand we're still in a recession plan. We're not going to spend everything. So there may be some adds, but we use the recession plan to say, okay, but you can't spend it all until we get out of this recession level that
So
we're
it's
in.
approved, but you can't spend it
There
until.
could be some additions. I'm more concerned about in 2 years.
Yeah.
What resources we have, but yeah, we want to budget and then use a recession plan to adjust.
But to that point, the 2 years is where we're going to really start seeing the impact. So we don't want to keep adding to our operational
Yes, that's-
costs and then have to go back and lay people off, right?
That's not a recession issue. That's a,
Right. So if we know in 2 years, the way things look right now, we're really going to have some big hits. Let's not set ourselves up for then saying, oh, shoot, now we have a bigger budget cut, correct?
like I do. Yes. We don't want to overcommit if we really are seeing those future down. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right.
I have one last question, unless we're totally out of time, because
We're actually ahead.
We're ahead. Whoa.
Shouldn't have said that probably.
More.
Gift to you.
I would love to create a little bit of space for anybody, sort of speculate on or think through how Flagstaff's minimum wage is impacting this, or how much of it hangs over discussions. I just think we should put that out there and look at it a little bit.
Yeah, we could see if we, with the economic update, we could roll the price and minimum wage conversation.
Councilmember,
You're right, but yeah, it's gonna be.
can I ask a clarifying question to your question? Are you asking whether, about the impact of minimum wage on our budget or?
Yeah, well, obviously, they're all kind of tied together. I'm just trying to cover or lift up or shed some light on the level to which this is part of the behind the scenes conversation. And
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you, I've been kind of out in the community quite a bit, and it is probably in the top two things that are being brought up, impacts. So not only to small businesses and the business community, but nonprofit, healthcare, education. It's definitely something. And I think we're going to see the impacts in our budget as well, with having to adjust some positions as well. But we can, I think probably we can dig into that a little bit more. I know Heidi also has heard quite a bit as well.
else?
I will tell you, it has everything to do with it. I can't go to a business and have a meeting without them bringing up minimum wage. It's just not sustainable at the level that it is right now. And that's not an opinion of mine. It's their opinion that they're living it every single day. And quite honestly, when they do see, take Little America, for instance, Fred Reese, owner is having great numbers right now, but they're not the numbers that they should be because he's having to pay all of these high wages. Plus he's constantly having revolving door of people trying to get housekeeping and front desk people to stay. And so that's just a trickle down effect that is happening. And then you take a smaller mom and pop restaurant or whatever, they're just doing everything they can to stay in business, and they're actually doing it with less people. So it is a huge effect, and it is definitely something, if we were to actually really want to explore those numbers like you're saying, I can tell you it's probably one of the main factors.
Can I just add to that layer if we're looking into that, because it's always in our budget, you always project what it's going to be, but where I'm seeing, besides the obvious how it's impacting businesses, but the minimum wage earners are losing their benefits because they make too much. They're not qualifying for housing assistance. They've already lost childcare. It's making a big impact on providers that service access. People don't have insurance, and so we've got our mental health care providers that aren't able to provide the mental health care that they want to, because a lot of their people are on access and they don't have those benefits, so they can't get the services. So it's a larger economic impact to our town than the big impact, which is our local businesses, but it trickles down even further than that. Maybe we can come up with a solution this year.
And I'm wondering if, I know we can't tackle this today, we haven't, but if we can have some type of session that is really just on minimum. Because it is something that's impacting our state.
I would,
Let me think about how we could,
It is a big discussion. I know we can't get.
I mean, the challenge is that we don't have a lot of control on the city level. So kind of bringing this into the city forum, it's a challenge, but I know Starling and I have been having some conversations. And we'll think about what that could look like.
my point is just that it's out there. It's kind of an elephant in the room, and I would encourage anybody to just talk freely about it. I don't think it should be a taboo topic of council. It's a proactive debate, and there's a lot of, there's a lot on the horizon about where that's going to go, and you shouldn't shy away from it.
Great. Any more questions or feedback? All right. Want to thank you all for remaining engaged during that process. And it is important that we continue to pay attention. Before we take a break, and we're coming up on a break, I have a little more play money that I want to give away. Sometimes, or actually often, when I'm reading a book, whatever, I come up with these great quotes that I jot down. And, you know, great quotes are just that unless they're applicable, right? And so I try to figure out from these insights how it applies. And earlier I asked you about this one quote from Mike Krzyzewski, leading with the heart. The most powerful leaders are those who serve others first and measure success by the growth of their people. And as I thought about that, like how would that apply to this group, to even a budget process? And this is what I came up with, and just I want to get a thumbs up, thumbs sideways, thumbs down if you think this applies. So the quote again was, the most powerful leaders are those who serve others first and measure success by the growth of their people. I came up with budgets are moral documents. They reveal how leaders invest in people, culture, and long-term capacity, not just programs. Pretty much nails it? Good deal, good deal. All right, so this is a $20 question. See if you were paying attention. Council can't answer. Council can't answer this time. This is for staff. Yes. Name one of the 7 books that I recommended. What's that? Who said that first?
$20, you gotta be specific.
What was it?
Elephants can't jump.
What?
They probably can't jump either, but they definitely can't dance. All right, here you go.
That's my kid.
You got $20. I'll come and give it to you in just a moment. All right, so that was one. So we have one of the 7. I want to see if who else was paying attention. Name one of the other 7 books.
The Articulate Executive.
The Articulate Executive, fantastic.
So you have that one down.
You get $20. Don't forget your $20 up here. Okay, so with that, this is a $50 question. I got to give away all of this play money before we take a break. You want me to tell you the 7 books again? That would be a yes. Okay. Leading with the Heart, Mike Krzyzewski. Win Forever, Live, Work, and Play Like a Champion. That's Pete Carroll. Love Leadership, The New Way to Lead in a Fear-Based World. Who Says Elephants Can't Dance? Common Purpose, How Great Leaders Get Organizations to Achieve the Extraordinary. The Articulate Executive. And the last one, The FBI Way, Inside the Bureau's Code of Excellence. Has anyone in this room read that book? It's a really good book. It's a really good book. All right, so how about this one? $50 question. Love and leadership is not weakness. It's the courage to build trust where fear once ruled.
Leadership.
Leadership.
Okay, council can't answer. Made that pretty easy, right?
$50.
$50 question. An easy $50 question.
Run, join.
All right. I've got 2 $100 questions. Hopefully you're paying attention.
Still council can't answer.
And council still can't answer. You'll get the why here in a moment after we come back from break. Wait, want to find a good one. All right, how about this one? Organizations fail not from lack of talent, but from lack of shared standards and accountability. Who said that? FBI Way? All right, $100.
Also said.
Team member.
Yeah.
Very good, very good.
Chat, man.
All right, so you got $100. All right, the last one, $50 question. kind of like that one. All right, leadership revealed most clearly under pressure. Leadership is revealed most clearly under pressure when values guide decisions, not convenience. Oh, pretty good. That was pretty good.
Sterling put elephant into the zone.
Win forever?
That's it.
Win forever.
There you go.
Anymore.
All right, and who was the $100 winner? Okay, can you come grab that?
Donate that to the BBB fund.
I'm gonna give you an opportunity to spend your money.
Thank you.
And your $20 winner? Grab your $20.
Grab it.
The, that last quote, the application on that, budget season test weather values are aspirational or operational. And I wanted to leave you with that, because it really does. Sometimes, like, want it, but is it really practical? So with that, let's take a break. We'll come back in 15 minutes. That work? And remember, it is 10:12 right now. So we'll be back in 15 minutes.
Hi. Thank you.
Hi, Daisy. I'm just a little. Yes, I'll take care of it.
Thanks.
All right, got nice and quiet in the room. Very good. Welcome back. So this is a council exercise. And so before we even get into that, who in the room is really, really competitive? Pretty much the whole room, right? That's why we do what we do. This is great. However, this exercise really isn't about competition. It's about collaboration. And so I had you pick teams when you first came in the room, and you're probably wondering why, what we're going to do. But before we do that, I want one of the team captains to tell me why you chose the way you did. Like, what was your thought process? Go ahead.
I chose the heavyweights in the room because I thought we were gonna do sumo wrestling.
Okay. Good. Were you on the That's so good. At one of the sessions, I literally wanted to put an octagon in there because sometimes we just don't know how to play nice, you know? But I've been watching this bare knuckles boxing, which is way better because it's a little tiny triangle of a ring. You can't even escape. Bloody, I don't recommend it. It's very violent. All right, who else?
My team, I tried to get a great diversity in experience, accounting, law enforcement, just different slices.
Good, good. You probably had an idea of where this was going. Well, I want to share something with you. Can everyone see the screen? Oh, there we go. Up there already. So in a recent conversation with the League of Arizona Cities and Towns, the question came up, in this conversation, what is the greatest emerging need for elected officials and upper level municipal staff? And it's not a technical skill. It's what they call a relational competency, and that's civility. That's kind of heartbreaking in a way that, you know, we have all these leaders in a room, and not this room, because I'm sure none of you are this way. And we can't disagree without being disagreeable. But the state considers this the number one challenges that we have. We get in the room, and not just in Arizona. This extends beyond. I had an opportunity to get some information from the California League of Cities, and kind of the same thing. And then sitting in on some of that budget process, it's the same issue. How are we going to disagree without being disagreeable? So I want to ask you this question. I want you to take a moment to think about it. How can we demonstrate civility most consistently during difficult budget decisions this season? I'll give you 10 seconds, and then someone in the room, for the rest of us, tell us how. And in 9 seconds, if I don't get a volunteer, I'll just call on someone. How can we demonstrate civility most consistently during difficult budget decisions this season, Scott?
To be respectful of all needs and discussions. I really take into account the other perspective. So oftentimes we all have our immediate and probably urgent need to our own programs and just tell them. So understanding all elements and trying to let those compete in a manner that is somewhat equitable.
Okay. Everyone agree with that? Pretty much? All right, on three, single clap. 1, 2, 3. That was sad. 1, 2, 3. Better. All right. So you remember your teams then, right? This exercise is about collaboration. So earlier you selected your teams. So council, your team, they're actually going to be council to the council.
Yes.
Okay. As we work through a few phases of this next process. Now, here's what's interesting. Each of you have an envelope. Don't open your envelope yet. But when we get to one part of this exercise, you're actually going to get to spend your money. Those of you who won money, you get to bring a valuable resource to the conversation that they didn't really know about, okay? Adding value to a valuable resource to this decision-making process. So if you would, I would like for you to join your teams in groups. We have 5 of them in the room. Councilmember House, Councilmember Garcia, you are your own team. So, and you have the same amount of money to spend as well. So find a place where you can collaborate and we'll get to it.
Councilmember House had to sign off.
Okay.
So Councilmember Garcia is his own team.
Standing or sitting?
We're on our.
You can sit. Yeah, this is gonna have some layers to it, so. Join your team. Take your resources with you.
He has a maker.
By the elbow.
Guys.
Alright.
Where are we meeting?
Awesome.
Not yet.
All right. Everybody have your team?
I got the 100.
Everybody have your team? Okay, quickly. Listen up, we've only got about an hour for this. This first exercise is going to be about clarifying priorities, or this whole exercise about clarifying priorities, strengthening alignment, guiding budget decisions, and at the end of it, we should be able to drill down to about 4 of the council's top priorities. So I have a quote for you from the book, The FBI Way Inside the Bureau's Code of Excellence. First off, does anyone know what the 7 C's of excellence are, according to the FBI?
Copper, cotton.
No, they are code, conservancy, clarity, consequences, compassion, credibility, and consistency. And I love this because Frank, in his book, Lucy's book, he emphasizes the importance of credibility as the bedrock of any values-based organization. He says, credibility is the cornerstone of any values-based endeavor. It is credibility that determines whether values survive beyond the personalities of individual leaders. Something to think about. Oh, that was pretty good.
Don't.
All right, you ready?
Don't do it.
So here's what we're going to do. You have 10 minutes to have this discussion regarding this year's budget. What the charter, strategic plan, and community expectations require. Talk about it for 10 minutes. At the end of that 10 minutes, we are going to put up on the slide 2 from each team what the mission mandates. And that's what that looks like. And the mission mandate should be shaped around the charter, the strategic plan, and community expectations, what they require.
Question up.
So you're
Are you putting the question up?
Yes. So the mission mandates, and it is the charter, the strategic plan, and community expectations, okay?
We're doing 2 things.
That one you can't do.
GBT.
Do you mean they're both native?
Yes. Recognize that you have more control over certain things. All right, who needs more time? We need more time? Okay, great. Time's up. So for the group in the back, I'm going to have you go first, but they won't be able to hear you. So whoever is going to be the spokesperson with your two things, and Stacy's going to put them up on the screen here. So team, you got to come forward so we can hear you. Yes. So these are going to be the two, you're going to drill down to those two things from each team. We might have some duplicates. That the question was the charter, the regional plan, and the community expectations, what they require. Do you need another minute? Okay. You have another minute. Are you all ready over here?
We're really good at. We're team awesome, so.
I'm in a room full of extraordinary people, okay? I am. Time's up.
So the first one is to communicate what we're able to do and doing.
Okay, you all hear that? Okay, say again.
Communicate what we are able to do and do. Then the second one is balancing priorities. And you can put kind of in sub-bullets with that one, Stace. Addressing core services,
We got stuff.
community expectations.
You said 2 words.
Well, here's the thing.
I said,
She said balancing priorities. I was going to say, what do you mean by that? So, yes, yes. All right, we're gonna stick these up. We're sticking these up on the screen by team. All right, great job. Team Miranda, what do we got?
I think we kind of following suit with community, what we are able to do and doing is being true to that PPP process and making sure that we're articulating with the decisions that we're making, how it goes back to our core priorities. And then just the fact that we update those PPP priorities every 2 years and make sure that they're relevant and up to date are core for the community transparency. And then second is just honoring our tensions. Knowing that there are a lot of tensions that go into this process.
We're accounting in legal terms.
All right.
So.
Oh, we have that.
One other thing is kind of when we were talking more about being true to the PPP priorities or process, I think the focus is like just having a true strategic plan. So
We don't.
more of a focus on a good, strong strategic.
There's those tensions.
Yeah.
Right. All right, and just a reminder, council, these suggestions have to align with, because ultimately, we're going to get to a place where you're going to have to drill down to your top priorities. So thank you, council, to the council. Good? All right.
So what's the question again? Because ours were more absolute. So are you,
Absolute. You know what? I think you understood the question. I want to hear the answer.
okay, so ask me the question again.
What the charter or the regional plan or the community expectations require,
Okay, right.
what they require.
Okay, so I can do all three.
Yes.
So the charter, and you just want me to give one or two examples? Because I have 7.
No, good.
Okay, 2. So to tie them all to all 3 questions, the charter requires us to provide protection of welfare to all, which ties into our mission statement, as well as public, what was it? Do I want to put public safety? Core services. Regional plan is transportation, planning and development, and community expectations is public core services and public safety. And I have like 5 under each, but
Okay, that's good. That's good. And great job tying to the mission. That was the one thing the mission protection, which is safeguarding environmental, cultural, and community assets. Enhancement, just proactive investment in livability, resilience, and opportunity. And then for all, right? Equity, workforce stability, and intergenerational sustainability. Good job. Yeah, pretty much. All right.
So we followed the rules.
Even noon.
Right, Rebecca? Big hearts to my whole. It takes all of us. Our top 2 are stability, and then what they expect of us, stability and core services.
Okay, very good. Stability and core services.
And I can define core services if anyone needs me to, because we did that. But we boiled it down to our.
All right, good job. Good job. All right, last group.
My group defined core services as being the top priority for city to have in our budget. And they are, when we flush the toilet, we want the water to go down. When we turn the faucet on, we want the water to come out. When there's a fire, we want the fire department to put it out. And the police department are able to chase criminals and hand out traffic tickets. Budget has more money than are needed for core services, then we should look at other things, and those additional items probably should come from the people's requests. And to my way of thinking, our bond, our $20 million housing bond passed by a good majority. The people wanted it. The people Flagstaff have voted for living wage. The people in Flagstaff like to have a community that's safe for people to live in and feel good about their city. So those non-core services should come from the people's requests.
Hey, thank you a lot. Appreciate it. All right, and Team Garcia.
I am not part of the process because I didn't start it correctly.
Okay, not a problem. All right, good job. 1, 2, 3. You know it's coming now. You know this is happening.
that's how good we followed the instructions.
Yeah. All right. 1, 2, 3. Good job. All right, stay where you are. Don't move. Next part of the process. But before we do that, how many are on each team? How many do you have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Each team? 6. Well, 6 not counting. All right, Team Garcia, pick one person off of 5 of the teams.
I'm not giving anybody up.
Talk to our agents.
You have been traded, okay?
One person from each of the teams,
Well, yeah, well, yes.
Stay with my team.
or the biggest teams. So show me which ones I gotta pick.
So, just pick. I'll tell you when you're done, okay?
Okay, I'll take one from here.
Well, which one?
Well,
Okay.
and I will take the fire gentleman here.
Here.
Let me get you a shirt.
And I'll take Becky.
So now you have 5, right? Becky only has 5, so yeah. Oh, no, she does.
We only have 4.
And then from here, this group as well.
Can you just join that team?
Yeah, I could just join a
I want
different.
him to have his own team.
4?
He gets to have his own team.
Don't change your rule.
He gets to have his own team. Good suggestion, but he gets his own team.
Who's the next one?
Yeah. Huh?
Who's the next one?
Who else can we pick someone off of this?
Okay, and I will take,
Okay. All right. You get to pick someone off of the.
I think you paid that money.
Plus,
take,
Does anybody have money? This is so cool.
yeah, she can come in with that.
Okay, all right, good deal. All right, so now you have a team.
Now
Oh,
we're-
and here you go. There's your envelope, please go ahead. Okay? All right. Here we go. We got 10 more minutes. You lost a little time there. So I might, let's shave this one to 8 minutes. What moves the needle on safety, sustainability, equity, infrastructure, and quality of life? Each team come up with 2 from each team. So you don't have to hit all of them, but discuss it, council to the council. What moves the needle? Safety, sustainability, equity, infrastructure, quality of life.
Sorry.
Again, and these are pulled directly from your mission statement. Yes.
I would say safety.
Right. You don't have to answer all of them because you're only going to get your 2 things. So remember, this is council to the council, so you should be operating from your sense of priorities. Okay? Does that make sense?
How
Time is up. All right, groups.
those investments on.
All right, groups, time for you to share out your two things that you came up with. We're going to start in this corner.
This quarter.
Team Miranda. What do you got?
You want to start? All right. Do you have notes? We thought we were gonna be kicked out because we were laughing too hard, but, I think at the end of the day, all of this comes down to the fact that we could benefit as an organization and as a community from having a strategic plan. Because those core items that you're talking about are so integrated, they're intrinsically linked. And if you build strong foundations, then it would allow us to move the needle. But we had a really hard discussion about the fact that, and this goes back to our earlier conversation, that there are tensions. And we have to be successful in strong foundation. We all want to improve the quality of life in our community. Some would argue, myself, that the other three items that you suggested all build quality. So how do we get there? And we think that we need to have a laser focus on building a strategic plan so we can build a strong foundation, be successful.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like strategic plan, yes, thank you. I'll vote for that. We focus on safety and quality of life. So, right, that was the full. So commitment, strong leadership. As council members, we want to set policy and approve things, so focus, leadership, and funding, of course. And then quality of life is also listening to our community, because we have, what's important to Southside is maybe different than Pine Canyon, really. And so understanding community values and taking action.
Okay.
Wasn't all of it, but I'm trying to do it.
Very good.
We said, first we need to prioritize the work with our limited resources. And the big thing that we need to do is have a skilled workforce at the city to help prioritize that work and implement it. The second thing, we said we have to generate revenues, and we do that through a strong visitation program, because our businesses can't rely on local spend alone. And we also have to have appropriate business attraction, which would require smart growth. So we don't want to bring in a business that is high wage, but also sucks us dry of water or other resources. So we have to create a balance, but we have to think of those things. If we don't generate revenues, we will continue to spin our wheels.
Okay, so, and just, so prioritize work, generate revenues in a nutshell? Okay, all right, very good. Very good. Thank you.
Our team came up with prime importance to invest in city personnel. Employees need a pension plan. They need cost of living increases to their salaries. So everything the city does depends on having a workforce that's has continuity and stability and quality of workers. So personnel investment. The second thing is supporting public safety, but there's an element to that of pride in community and quality of life. But I think my counselor said, keep our eye on the ball of public safety.
Okay. Very good. Someone from the back has to come forward though, so we can hear you.
Becky Daggett.
There, Becky Daggett.
Come on down.
It's interesting how we all kind of approach this differently. I was thinking, what touches on all of these things: safety, sustainability, equity, infrastructure, and quality of life, and falls within my priorities. And so I just wanted to state that I support trash collection. So if it
Yes.
doesn't sound like I care about services, that is not, I'm
Want to do the
stating for the record, I support core services. So Parks and Recreation is, investing in these is one of the ways that we ensure public safety by having activities for kids and adults to do, and gathering places for the community. It's also a way to build sustainability, equity, infrastructure, and quality of life. Same with housing, that public safety is benefited by people having housing. Sustainability is benefited by people having housing, equity, infrastructure, and quality of life. So those two things are priorities for me, and that's how I see them engaging in the elements that you pointed out.
Good, thank you. All right, Garcia.
Okay, and for our team, we started to understand the question about halfway through the process. So we did things a little bit differently. I don't think we missed the point at all. We were able to kind of skirt what was already been said and come up with our own thing. So we focused on quality of life, and I included equity into that because our main question was, if we cannot define quality of life, then how can we pursue it? And if we're using that as one of our major statements in our preamble to the citizens, then we should have a firm understanding of what that means. Now, quality of life for the community might be and less taxes. That way they can have more money to live in this environment. But quality of life for the overarching community in the from the city standpoint would mean that we might need to increase some of those taxes. So finding the balance between the two and having measurable goals on both sides, and an understanding of how each one gets affected by those measurable goals. And of course, it all comes down to dollars, but where are those placed? And the transparency portion is just figuring out at its core, what does quality of life mean for us?
Got that from Tammy, didn't you?
Yes, I
Tammy
can.
back.
That's why I took her.
Very good, very good. All right, I only want to spend, and just without even breaking into groups before we go into the next thing, what are, and just in a couple minutes, like some of the restrictions, budget reality, staffing, timelines, and legal restrictions, just one or two bullet points, because those always come up and, you know, they obstruct progress, right? So budget realities, there's never enough money, right? We've talked about staffing issues. Timelines, are there any other legal restrictions that have to be considered before we move on?
Understanding the responsibility of the responsible party.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Like ADOT takes ADOT jurisdiction, county takes theirs, we take ours.
Gotta stay in our lane.
Stay in our lane, right? So you might think we control the ADOT right away. We don't. So why are we wasting resources or considering resources on infrastructure that's not ours? How do we limit that vulnerability?
Sterling.
Yes, Sterling.
He's got some legal obstacles.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lay a whole lot more out than Scott did. He actually said what I was going to say. You have certain jurisdictional areas that we have to stay in. I always talk about that, like lanes, and so Scott already hit that. Gift clause is another item that comes up quite frequently. I don't like to look at them as legal restrictions, rather as opportunities to find out how we work through those to make it work for what we can do as a city, and then getting maybe our state partner or our federal partner to do their part in their area or their lane to make it work rather than prevent it from working. So that's one way I really like to approach this, rather than look at it as something that is curtailed or restricted. And yes, that happens all the time. I'm realistic, but I think we have to look for avenues past that.
Thank you, Sterling. All right, take a moment in your groups. And I want you to really dig in now, council members, to your particular priorities, okay? Based on the things that we've talked about. What's going to matter most? And if you don't mind, everyone, each of you open up your envelope.
Hilarious. Boy, I take back what I said following the rules.
Oh, you already opened, oh. All right, so originally you're gonna have $100 to spend. I gave you $200 to spend. Plus, you have the contribution from one of your teammates that won earlier. Okay, so some of you have, yes,
Be back.
what's that? We'll pretend it's 200. Because it should have been. No, is it, what, does everyone have 200? Everyone has 200?
I'm like Brandy.
Okay, we're good. Everyone has at least $200 to spend. Some of you have a little bit more. Why that exercise? Just real quick. Why did one or two groups end up with more than others? And this is a practice that sometimes resources come from an area that we didn't know about, right? It can be knowledge or wisdom. Life's not fair. You know, even when you picked your teams, you know, I don't know what criteria you use to pick your teams, you know? I know if we were picking a basketball team, I want the 7-footer and I don't even know if he can play. Okay. And then I find out he can't play and the little guy standing next to him was better and I'm like, I sure could have used that resource. But the bottom line is that we all are given additional resources that we don't even know sometimes where they're going to come from. It could be money, it could be knowledge, wisdom, whatever, and we have to value those additional resources. So life's not fair, but you have to be always on the lookout for where you can find that extra nugget that's going to help to move your agenda. You understand? All right, council. You have your council, you have your money. How are you going to spend your money based on your priorities?
See what you got on your
All right, let's go ahead and wrap it up. This is going to go very fast. This is going to go very fast. So first off, everyone can go back to their seats. Also to the council, thank you for your contributions. Thank you. Thank you.
Gave it away.
Oh, sure.
Give it to you.
All right. All right. So as we come back together, explain what's going to happen next. We're going to put on the board how council decided they were going to spend their money based on their priorities. Okay. So, but before we do that, I need 2 council members to share with the group what was the greatest value in the collaboration that exercise.
So I first listed my priorities, and then the group, we talked about how they intertwine with different services. I have housing, public safety, forest health, and small business. And then we talked about, well, if the Flagstaff burns down in the mountains, how does that affect small businesses, right? If we don't have good public safety, and people getting robbed and other crimes are happening, that affects small businesses. So that really adjusted where I was putting my money, because then I could narrow down some of the priorities because it covered more of small business. And like forest health, we need our Flag Fire Department and Flag PD to make sure, we're doing that work and stuff. So they were able to throw out ideas to say, yes, but all those things can, are impacted by a shorter list. Of course, public safety and housing and how all that impacts other things that are important to me as a council member.
Very good. One more person, council to share. Yes.
I really appreciated the back and forth and learning something new. So it reminded me that I know what my core things that I work on are, but I don't necessarily know what other ideas are. So a lot of discussion was on creating a strategic plan for the organization, something that I hadn't, to be very honest with you, thought about. So it was great to have a different perspective. And I think it's a good reminder for me to make sure I'm reaching out and listening.
Make sure we're reaching out and listening. And very quickly, just one person from staff. What did you feel was the greatest contribution that you could give to the council? Any one person. I'll call on you if somebody doesn't raise their hand in 2 seconds.
I was saying, I think that it's easy to say what you think, what there is, and that there's other aspects of other things that we need to look at. And even though it seems like the city isn't a place that you can generate revenue, we actually do generate revenue in areas, and that we should keep focusing on that.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you everyone for contributing. So right now we want council, we're going to put it on the board. They're going to show where they'd spend their money. This has to go fast. So very, very fast. Doesn't have to be an explanation. Just need to know where the money goes. And then after that, I'm going to just dismiss staff for about 5 minutes. Go hang out in the lobby, whatever, take a quick break so that council can come together to drill down to their top 4 priorities for 2026. Okay. All right. So Mayor, we'll start with you. How are you spending your money?
$100 on core services. $30 on employee compensation. And this is in addition to what they're already getting, everyone. $100 on Parks and Rec. $100 on Parks and Rec.
And make sure you put the name of the person who's.
And $100 on housing. That's why I picked
was
the
on her
people I
team.
picked.
I came with $100.
Housing, $100 on housing.
Thank you.
With the advice of my team, we did not narrow it down financially, so we are doing the full $200 on outsourcing and creating the overarching strategic plan for the city.
Very good, thank you.
Come back to me in a minute.
Yes.
All right, so I put $100 to public safety. 70 to housing, and that was changed after discussion because with the housing bond and with our code changes and other things, I feel that we're moving the needle. And then $50 to forest health. Because, oh, and I want to say, because our local businesses, if we don't get a handle on the housing prices, that's one of the big barriers to retaining employees, as well as public safety, you know, to attract consumers and stuff. And so that's why, even though that's always been a top priority, these other bullet points affect our local economy and businesses.
Thank you.
So we didn't divide these JEF bucks up. Give them as whole units. So we're giving $150 to core services and personnel. We got 20 set aside for visitation and business attraction. So economic impact might be an umbrella term for both of those. And then 40 for housing and for our two emergencies, housing and climate. And I broke those up 3 to 1 towards housing because that really feeds into all the other things. Great.
So would you say that's 30 housing, 10 climate?
Yep.
For our group, we of course, we came to the table a little bit late, so we were a little bit scattered on exactly where we were at with our priorities. But we decided that it would be more important for us to take our $200 and either partner with other folks or invest it in some way. The only thing we could think of off the top of our heads was to partner with the county in a way that would where they're lacking in whatever services that they provide, we could help them provide. So for instance, housing would be one way that we would work with the county to establish more housing. So we had $100 for that. That was made up. We actually didn't, I just made that decision. But it was just focused around investment really and partnerships. Now, personally, I would take the other $100 and split it up between public safety and personnel, and Mayor mentioned Parks and Rec, and I would do the same with infrastructure.
All right, very good. And Councilmember Scott. And we've only got like just a couple minutes left on this, and then we're gonna move on. Okay.
We put $100 into core services, fire, police, water, sewer. $20 into capital projects that'll bring revenue over the future. An example being airport covered hangars. We can build them on the cheap and charge rent and recover our costs in just a few years. We want to put $20 into tourism because that, as we've heard this morning, has a big impact on our ongoing tourism industry. We want to put $20 into management services. They have 55 employees. Not sure if they need all 55, but
Was Tatter in your?
and we're putting $40 into big infrastructure projects that are essential to core services. So a police station, a fire station, a water pipeline, things like that that are needed in the long haul. $200.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you.
What was the last one again?
Big projects, say Red Gap Ranch. Water.
All right, very good. Staff, you can take about a 5 to 7 minute break. Thank you for your wise counsel, your contributions. 1, 2, 3. Sad. Okay, wait. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you. All right, council,
Thank you, staff.
council, huddle up. All right, council, huddle up. Huddle up.
You can all come here.
We're virtually huddling.
You're officially huddling. All right. Based on these priorities, have a conversation. You need to drill this down to your top 4 priorities, 2026. Drill this down. So,
See, I gotta see the list.
So I see it there. Oh, because this was the posted. I get you. I gotta go to Teams. Let's ignore that I said anything just then.
here's what's interesting is, you know, as I was looking at this and kind of in my head, adding up where you want to spend your dollars, I don't know if it helps this conversation, but if there's some overlap, then clearly that's area of agreement. You know, that's a great place to start. What you agree on. You can maybe knock 2 or 3 of them out before you debate on the last one. Okay.
Well, core services seem to be, and public safety is folded into core services. Then we can agree on that. It looks like that's the.
How about we take core services and employee compensation and put those all together? And you had your hand up, Vice Mayor.
I was just going to say, my group was a little different. I do like the idea of creating this strategic plan. I understand we're drilling down. My number one thing would be core services, absolutely. So I know it's not listed under mine, but I just
We all want it on the record.
Yeah. Sorry, I wanted to clarify.
So can we roll employee compensation into core? I mean, we need employee compensation to staff core services. Is that what you're saying?
Or we ask, like, Councilmember Garcia's group had public safety and personnel infrastructure. Like, can we carve out some for compensation rather than lumping them? Or, because like, Councilmember Aslan has core services and personnel.
That really does mean compensation, I think.
Or core service.
So does it make more sense to break out personnel and then have core services and personnel as separate things, or just lump all of ours together that have core services and employee compensation?
I don't think it'd be fair to be the one person that's budgeting it if we lumped them together, though.
Let's try doing core services and breaking out personnel, which is compensation. We just have 3? Okay. Housing seems to be a main theme, right? 1, 2.
And once you have your 4, like I love where this conversation is going. So those core services include employee compensation. Once you have your 4 priorities, you can begin to slot what else is important in those columns, okay? Because that's what the whole budget process is going to be about at that point, okay? Is to drilling down to those finite things, but we need to have a place to start.
So how about core services and compensation can be under that? And then housing, but let's see. Housing's explicitly stated in 3. Economic development or economic vitality, if we want to add tourism, visitation, business attraction, tourism. could be a third one. And then capital investment.
Can I ask a question though, with capital investments? So are we talking about, because those are usually funded by different revenue streams, but
But we don't have to worry about that,
we don't
right?
have to worry about that?
Well, at some point you do, but not necessarily for this conversation. Okay.
So what if we had capital, Parks and Rec went under that? Forest Health went under that? Or Forest Health could also be core services. Yeah,
The structure.
infrastructure. I mean, climate could also go under there in terms of,
Forest health and climate. Right.
yeah,
Let's,
the energy efficiency stuff we're doing.
this is great. Let's get ready to wrap up in about a minute or two. On the next slide, we're going to put those 4 things up and we're just going to make sure that the 6 of you are in agreement. And if there needs to be a little bit more conversation, we'll, definitely allow another minute or so.
Do we have 4?
Let's see, do you have 4?
Sure, 4. Have core services with compensation, housing, economic vitality, which includes tourism, business expansion, visitation, and small business, and then capital investments, parks and recreation, forest health and climate, and infrastructure kind of within that.
Okay, let's go ahead and put it up here and see if we're in agreement with that.
I think, yeah, that is 3.
That's 4.
That's for economic vitality,
Or even-
capital investments, housing,
Okay.
core services, which includes employee compensation.
I smell food.
Yeah.
That's why Jeff said we got only a minute for this.
Yeah.
He's getting hungry.
Oh,
Well, no, and I've taken like 20 of Joanne's 30 minutes here, so.
Job on breaking it down. Break it down.
Break it down.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and invite everybody else back in the room.
Okay.
Are you ready for that? Do you feel like you're in agreement?
we're brave.
You brave?
Felons.
Can I get everybody else back in the room real quick?
Forest health. Structure, climate.
That's right.
Did I get that right?
And then we'll work on how we're defining these as we go along, as we start to develop, go into our 2026 budget meetings, how this plays out, right? About that?
Not legal. I'm sorry.
God.
Doesn't care.
Yeah.
Do it.
And did I capture those right?
Yes.
Comfortable with that?
Yeah.
Everybody's in agreement? Great job.
Yeah.
All right, as we settle back in, I want to just take a look at the board and then we're going to move on. This is what council now has set final priorities in alignment with the city's mission and values, core services, which will include employee compensation and personnel, housing, economic vitality, which ties in tourism, business expansion and small business, and capital investment, which will include parks and rec, forest health, climate, and infrastructure. So great job with the exercise. Any comments or concerns, questions from the back? No good. Okay. What's that? Whose hands up? And obviously you'll be drilling into all of these, but these will be your 4 primary priorities. Okay. Very good. Sorry, Joanne. I took like about 20 of Joanne's minutes.
Yeah, can everybody hear me okay? I've heard that I'm great. So this next item is.
There you go.
Okay. Next item is to talk about our budget process. If you remember, Heidi had the slide. Is the budget touches council. And to just get some feedback from council on the retreats. We feel like we may be able to shorten some of these and combine some of the days, but I wanted to get a feedback from all of you. Are there things in retreats that you've seen that you don't need to see again? We've talked quite a bit about the capital retreat. That was a new retreat that started, I think, 2 years ago, and we run through all of the capital projects. Is there a different way we can do that in council meetings and not in a retreat setting? And then we also have the 2-day retreat in April. So I wanted to get a sense from all of you. Is this too much? Councilmember Aslan.
First things first, I think we should think about this differently for the year following an election versus the second year following election. We're always going to have a new council person or mayor cycling in, and it's a very overwhelming feeling. And taking that extra step to back up and be a little bit more meticulous about, just making sure we're bringing new voices along. And on this, by the time the second year comes around, we've all been around the block once. So probably be a little bit more efficient and streamlined with things.
Kind of maybe combine some things you thought.
I totally echo that. It has taken words out of my mouth. I don't, the first year I really appreciated the 2 days, but I think I could hit the ground running with 1 day now that I've been through it once.
Councilmember House.
And I'm fine with that. I just want to make sure that we don't forget that while this is really a work session for all of us here on council with staff to do stuff, it's also for visibility for the public. So as long as we don't lose that visibility for the public's understanding of where this budget is going, then, and you can still condense it in certain ways, then I'm okay with that.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, I think on some of the capital projects, doing more, presentations and council member meetings and work sessions, I think there's a way to do that. I mean, what are your thoughts on the capital retreat? I know some of you really enjoy it. I've heard some feedback that it may be too much.
I was going to say, I don't mind if we take it out of retreat form. I do enjoy it though. And I feel like it is something that's valuable for all of us and the community to see. So if we move it to council meetings, I'm good with that. I don't think it needs to be separate as long as we're covering it.
And maybe that's one of those things that can be an every other year retreat. Because I know as a new council member, the capital retreat was really important to really understand the breadth of everything that we're doing. Whereas for us now, it's more of a update. And then if there are new council members next time around, it could be longer.
So on this schedule, I like that because we are facing some revenue changes and stuff. And before we get too far down to funding and allocations, we really, that needs to be a huge focus. So looks good. Capital retreat. If we get updates from our water services or public, for infrastructure, water, things that we have made changes to the rates. Having presentations throughout the year, but I'm a visual, and so it does help to see it encapsulated into this is what we've done, this is what we're doing next, because I hear a lot from the community. This was approved 10 years ago, where is it? So I think there is some value in having a retreat, but having it every other year seems to make a lot of sense for sure, because not a lot happens in 12 months with the speed of government, right?
And it's a lot of work. I mean, the capital retreat is a lot of work for staff. It's a big lift. I mean, they all are, all of the retreats. So then council's comfortable with us kind of going back and revising this retreat schedule, and I'll bring it back, give you some more time back in your life. Nice. The other item I wanted to talk about, was, materials. So, right now, and Heidi, you can jump in if I miss something, but right now we provide, council a budget book, like a printed budget book. We do that, I mean, I think maybe not even a week before the April retreat. So, my thought is, to have something that's a little more condensed for council and something more digestible, but still have that resource available for you, because I know Councilmember Matthews will look at it, but I think you all will, but it's a lot of information. I just wanted to get a sense from council if you're comfortable with us starting to work on that. As long as we have that book available, but.
Is the book online?
It's actually, yeah, it's a electronic version that we provide to you guys, but it only comes out a few days usually before that April retreat.
So a summary for the retreat, and then for those of us who'd like to, dig into it, having it, just reminding where it is located to access, I think is fine. We don't need to cut down a lot of trees.
I think part of the question is what is useful in that book that we provide to you? Because it is a lot of lift very quickly for the budget section to turn around what happens in division review and what's being presented in the city manager's recommended budget. So at least from my perspective, we'd love to make sure that we're providing you what you would like to see. Like, I'm sure everybody usually likes to see the 5-year plans and to see how those are trending and what's useful in it. We want to really provide the tools that are useful to you. But if we're putting a lot of information that nobody's looking at, I'd love to take the time to focus on what's important to you guys. And then obviously at the very end, the overall city budget book comes out with all of those details. But it's a lot for you guys to look at in a few days. I know that. So we're really just looking to perfect.
And I'm also, yeah, Councilmember.
I was just gonna mention on that thought, maybe this is too simplistic, but for us, from a starting position, what we have currently in motion constantly, would be one set, where we are taking those things and adding more to them, more money to them, more budget to them, would be the next set. And then the other set would be where we're taking away from. We can get it as simple as that to start with.
I was going to say something similar, like let us know where changes of note that you're proposing.
Completely get it. Yes. I think we could definitely do that.
As another wrinkle to that is give us those divisions and sections that are asking for fewer employees and those that are asking for more FTEs.
Yeah, I think this is really helpful. So I think we'll go back and then bring some recommendations of what that could look like. But I think it's a way to take the burden off of staff, but also give you what you really need in your position and be able to communicate. I think that's it. I think.
I was also curious, because it also mentions facilitation support, and I haven't really done a budget retreat without a facilitator, or we may have done one, but I was just curious what the council thought about the difference between facilitated and non-facilitated, if that's what the question is.
Yeah, I mean, I think we put that up there. We've kind of done a mix of doing some staff facilitation, like we did the capital retreat with staff. Scott and I did that because it was kind of an easy one to facilitate because of all the presentations. I think it's really helpful to have Jeff here when we're having this council discussion. So I think we'll bring in a facilitator when we feel like we need to kind of get to that difficult decision, although this was pretty easy today.
As of the facilitator.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. And I think we'll be coming back with some recommendations to all of you. Probably, we have some time. We have a January retreat that's not a budget retreat. But some time on there to bring back just a quick update on budget.
I will say that I appreciated having the council priorities up front. Because I like having it up front so that we can talk about what our priorities are and also where we can see how each other feels about the priorities. I just think that that's a good place to start.
Okay, yeah, all right. So are we lunchtime?
We are.
We're lunchtime and then we come back at 12:30?
Yes. 12:30.
Thank you.
Enjoy lunch.
Might have hurt in mine.
Ready?
Yeah, I'm signing executive orders. Auto pen. I need,
Nicole's.
yeah.
How was lunch?
Fantastic.
All right, good.
But now
A lot of
I'm
food.
seeking out.
Now everyone needs a nap? Okay.
Yes.
I'll make sure to ask you to stand up here in just a little bit. All right, no more money on these quotes, but if you can get this one. Transformation begins when leaders stop protecting the past and start facing reality with discipline.
The FBI book.
No, but that was a good guess. Anybody else? That is from,
The elephant one.
it is, Who Says Elephants Can't Dance by Louis Gerstner. And the way that I would apply this, legacy programs and historical spending must be evaluated through today's realities and tomorrow's needs. Yes. All right, with that, I turn it over. Declared emergencies, Nicole and Sarah.
A shared first.
It's a shared. We've unmuted Stacy, yes, okay. We are.
We good?
You're all?
Uh-huh.
Awesome. Mayor, council, esteemed colleagues, I won't be that. I wanted to start today the discussion about the 2 declared emergencies a little bit differently. Because quite often in the budget process, what we talk about budget processes, we talk about the new things. We talk about new requests for money or new staff. We talk about new and innovative ideas. And what we don't stop and acknowledge is that the new things are possible because of the strong foundations that are already in place. We often don't acknowledge the accomplishments and the everyday work that result from the ongoing efforts of staff and programs. And that new efforts are possible because of the foundation. The foundation is in place to build upon. That foundation was created intentionally via city councils in the past, city council now. And I'm going to give one example of what we're talking about from a housing perspective. So I'm not going to go from a sustainability perspective, but quite often when housing staff is in front of you talking about, we're going to do a new rental incentive bond program. And the question comes up of like, well, how will you ensure compliance? We have a compliance function in place that we're already doing with past rental developments. So we're able to take that new thing and set it on top of already existing foundations and structure. And so we wanted to stop and acknowledge that before we jump into new things or what do you think about this? Because so many times those questions come up and we haven't adequately mentioned to council, to the public, to other staff that we're not inventing the whole thing. We're not figuring out how we're going to do compliance. We have a compliance function. We're figuring it out. We need to adapt it in any way to ensure compliance with what we're doing. And so that was the thought process behind the strong foundations that have already been built, what we're standing on as staff, as city council, as a community, in order to be able to have the conversation about innovative or new or mundane, for that matter, things. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Nicole and I'm going to go sit down.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
I promised Sarah I would not go over my allotted time and got really stressed out because that clock doesn't work. So I've asked Jenny to stand up and scream when I'm at 20 minutes. So just to make sure. So most of the council knows I usually like to do a riddle or a joke. I'm not going to. I'm going to ask you a question.
Oh.
What year was the city's first charter submitted and approved to the Arizona governor? Stacy, you can.
1950 something.
Have to be closer than that. I need an actual year. Anyone?
1967.
1952.
Anyone else?
57.
Anyone else?
56. 1958.
It was formally submitted to the Arizona governor on September 12, 1958, and formally approved on October 3rd.
Do I win?
I think Lori was the closest.
I'll go over.
being fair.
Thank you for entertaining.
I get a prize?
Yes, I'm not sure what it is.
That's
yet,
handing
but
out money.
That's something for you. Thank you, Mayor and Council, and esteemed colleagues, Nicole Antonopoulos, Sustainability Director. Really am thankful for the opportunity to talk about how we are prioritizing and thinking about what we in sustainability are bringing forward to support the climate emergency. And so what I would like to take the council and colleagues through is our process for recommending priorities for our work for the upcoming year. And really, again, how did we? But before we dive into the handout that I put in front of everyone, I do want to talk about just some fundamentals and provide a quick reminder on the climate emergency's goals. The council has heard from us several times about the climate emergency and what the goals are. And so they're about, the climate emergency goals are about reducing greenhouse gas emissions, building resilience, not only within the organization, but throughout the community, and then prioritizing equity. And so what you see on this slide also provides some of the programming that we offer that supports these goals. So within reducing emissions, we have our clean energy infrastructure that we're working on. Council has heard just recently about the virtual power purchase agreement, for example, statewide collaboration, our energy efficiency programming that we provide to the community, as well as waste prevention. These are all really important elements of reducing emissions. By no means is this everything we do. These are just snippets. And when we talk about building resilience, we're talking about things such as our flood prevention grants. We're talking about our pilot wildfire resilient home initiatives, as well as our resilience hub. And when we talk about prioritizing equity, this is really embedded in everything we do, but these are some specific examples. Our HEPA air filter distribution program, which prioritizes getting these HEPA units into the hands of people who need them the most, as well as our energy upgrades for healthy homes. This is our federally funded program that will be delivering upgrades to homes for low-income community members. So this just gives you a snapshot, because sometimes these terms, equity, reducing emissions, building resilience, can be so big and broad, it's really hard to narrow it down. So I want to focus here for just a moment that climate action is not a standalone effort. It really touches every aspect of our organization, what we deliver to the community, but also throughout the community. So when we talk about climate action, it is so broad. It is a very large umbrella which we operate under. And that could mean we're talking about infrastructure. We've been very active and involved in the Active Transportation Master Plan. In fact, that plan is fully embedded into the carbon neutrality plan. We talk a lot about economic development, equity, meaningful progress requires that we collaborate across the organization and throughout our Flagstaff community. So we're working with community partners along with all departments. Okay, so the City Council has seen this slide recently, but I wanted to orient you in terms of the carbon neutrality plan specifically and where we're at. Currently, we have 4 target areas, if you will, our neighborhoods, our energy, our consumption, and our commitments. We're going to be reframing these a little bit to make them more accessible terms. We'll get to that in a few months. But this is really just to show you that we are working very hard. Our staff is incredibly busy to focus on delivering these programs and initiatives that we identified with the community as part of the carbon neutrality plan. We're making great headway. I'm incredibly proud of the work we've been able to do with the resources that we have, and we will continue to give it our best. So with that in mind, I would like to introduce to the council our potential funding requests. And as the council knows, we are here today to talk really about getting feedback from the council on how do the items that we as staff have prioritized for the upcoming budget cycle align with your desires, your hopes, and your goals. I'm going to get into these in more detail, but I want to just orient the council that we have 12 focusing on, to Sarah's point, which was a great segue, thank you, to continue 2 contracted positions that oversee climate programming, to continue our energy health upgrade programming for, to introduce a new pilot, which would be in alignment with housing. We're providing funding for individuals going through the city housing assistance program, to continue our pilot and programming with wildland fire, as well as our Flagstaff sustainability grants. And I'm not going to read through all of these just right now because we're going to dive into them. Looking at an accelerator phase 2 for our accessory dwelling units, as well as a police department electric vehicle pilot, as well as providing grants to local businesses. And again, I think this provides a really good flavor for the breadth of our work that we provide. Now, how do we get there? We don't just literally say, hey, I have this idea. Well, okay, we do that sometimes, but we look at our work through a lens of assessing impacts. So it's not just greenhouse gas emission reductions, which we also refer to as mitigation. It's about resilience. It's about equity. It's about workforce development. It's about return on investment, as well as cost savings, not only to the city organization, but to our residents. It's about air quality. It's about scalability. How can we leverage this work? How can we leverage work that's being done in the community to assist us in going broader and deeper? All right, now, with that in mind, you're gonna sit here for a moment. Everyone should have a handout. And it's 11 by 17. And we'll drop that into the chat. Thank you so much, Jenny. And now what I'd like to do is to talk to the council about the impacts within each area of the 12 priorities that we've identified for next fiscal year budget process. I'm going to provide a quick description for each line item and then talk about the impacts and then be available to answer questions. Does that sound like a good plan? Yeah, great. So the first or priority that we've identified is continuing 2 contracted positions that oversee climate programming. And this is a request to retain 2 existing contracted positions that support critical climate work. The energy specialist, which supports our public-facing energy programs, like our energy efficiency rebates, as well as our upcoming, our energy upgrades for healthy homes program, which is again federally funded. This helps residents improve health and save costs. The resilience specialist supports our community serving health and preparedness programs, like our HEPA air purifiers, our flood prevention grants, and the pilot wildfire home resilient initiative. This community serving work cannot be done without these 2 positions, and we see them as critical. The next priority that we've identified is our Healthy Homes partnership with the Housing Division. And I would like to take a moment and thank the mayor for creative thinking when she asked me a question about the viability of collaborating with housing in this space. We think this is a new, exciting partnership between housing and sustainability and really encapsulates the opportunities for collaboration across both divisions. We are going to propose to combine efforts to make homes healthier and lower energy bills for new homeowners that participate in the Community Homebuyers Assistance Program. This way, we are advancing home ownership while ensuring fewer residents are falling into energy poverty because much of our existing housing stock lacks simple energy efficiency measures, even like attic insulation. The next priority is our Wildfire Resilient Home Initiative. This is continuing our current pilot, which has been incredibly successful just in the few months it's been up and running. This current fiscal year, the council funded a pilot program to help our residents improve their home resilience by educating and improving outdoor landscaping, particularly focusing on that critical 0 to 5 foot buffer, zone that often can be detrimental in terms of homes catching fire. We need to continue and expand on this program and invest money for a huge return.
Cool.
Yes, please.
I'm wondering why that one doesn't have an M or an E. I mean, perhaps the E I can understand, but it is a mitigation effort as well.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for asking that. We are not able to calculate emissions just yet. Because we're still in the pilot phase, the way that we're approaching it is after this first year, we'll be able to determine, because of the number of homes that have gone through the program, as well as the measures that they've taken, we'll be better set to focus on reducing emissions.
And remind me in terms of money available, is there a match that the homeowner has to, like, I'm thinking of equity and I'm thinking of lower income households and doing mitigation. If there's a matching dollar amount that's required, how that would leave some people unable to participate.
Correct, yes. So as the pilot stands right now, we have $600 micro grants that are available. Those are available to those individuals most in need. So elderly, those on fixed incomes. So we have not incorporated that in. Again, the beauty of a pilot is we're really going to be taking in data as well as our participants and feedback from those who participated in the program. But to your point, Mayor, our idea is to remove barriers. Okay. Next is our Healthy Homes Weatherization and Energy Rebate Program. This is one of our longest running and most impactful programs. Initially started in 2008. These programs provide energy and weatherization rebate incentives for home improvements that reduce energy costs and improve health. We've added to those programs to further support home health, the HEPA purifier programs, and supply kits to renters to make small energy efficiency programs in their homes, as well as wood stove rebates. The next programmatic area is our Flagstaff Sustainability Grants. This was formerly called the Neighborhood Sustainability Grants. You have heard recently about these grants and their impact. This is probably one of our most impactful programs from a grassroots community coming to us to tell us what their needs are through these micro grants. They're incredibly effective, and we build on community capacity because we know that our residents and community organizations are critical to climate action. So it's an opportunity for us to further support the local action. The next area that we are prioritizing, and this is in response to requests from council as well as our needs, is an interactive data visualization tool to track and share progress on our climate action work. Since the carbon neutrality plan was published, we've needed a way to better communicate our progress with the community, with the council, and so forth. We need an interactive data visualization tool that will help us share and track progress. And just as importantly, this tool will help us coordinate across divisions. We are currently in the process of providing essentially division climate action plans. And so this is going to allow us to bring in the divisions to focus on the work that they're doing as well as reporting. So it's going to take a lot of burden off of divisions and staff. The next is our ADU Accelerator. This is our ADU Accelerator 2.0 accessory dwelling unit. Apologies for using an acronym, but our new ADU model plan pilot program has demonstrated tremendous public interest and will bring significant benefits to residents seeking to build more housing stock in our neighborhoods. After the city announced our 10 winning designs last spring, we learned that the financial incentives were critical to getting designs on our platform. This investment will help us to increase the diversity of model plans, to expand into a prefab ADU model plans, and to pilot a bulk buy program for refurbished ADU. The next focus area is our police department electric vehicle pilot. And this would include one EV and one level 2 charger. We have worked with Fleet and the police department to propose a pilot for one electric patrol vehicle and an accompanying EV charger. So we need to understand if electrification is going to work with our police fleet, and we need to try it out before we actually invest. So we're really grateful to Fleet and PD for their willingness to test this. Our next priority area is incentives for net zero new development. Incentives and rebates, this would be for incentives and rebates for new housing to be all electric and energy efficient. This is something that we learned from Emily Artel, who presented to council just a few weeks ago. And over the last 6 months with our study on the costs and benefits of electrification, we heard from builders in our community that small incentives, even just around $3,000 each, would be enough to get developers to choose greater energy efficiency and electrification for new homes. Next up is Resilience Hubs programming. We're at 20, okay. Okay, thank you. Our Resilience Hub programming, we launched those 3 community-led resilience hubs through that EPA grant that was retracted. And so we are seeking a one-time investment to help buy supplies for emergency management, lift up community stories, and help community members prepare for emergencies. We would also like to focus on grants to local businesses, and this would help local businesses advance electrification and energy efficiency. And then finally, we would like to invest in consulting services to develop a plan, a long-term energy plan for the municipal organization. We need a long-term energy plan. And after building the foundations for our community serving programming, it's now to invest in planning for energy infrastructure for the organization. This would be a 10 to 15-year plan, which is critically important. The council may recall, as we were talking about Red Gap Ranch, for example, we may be in the ballpark of doubling or tripling our energy consumption with bringing Red Gap Ranch online. We are talking millions of dollars. We need to better understand and prepare for our growing energy consumption as an organization because that impacts our community. All right, thank you. So that's a lot. We are, as I mentioned, again, not just throwing a dart at a dartboard. We look at impacts. We also talk to our community members about needs. We listen to the council. I want to just end very quickly before questions and comments that our work is about quality of life. Our work is about economic efficiencies. It's about preparedness. It's about innovation. It's about operational efficiencies. It's about protecting our natural resources. It's about creating opportunity. And it really is about helping foster a community where everyone can thrive. So it aligns with the city's charter. It aligns with the city's vision and its mission. And I look forward to the conversation.
So a couple of your priorities I wanted to just circle back to. And we had a little bit of this conversation when the presenter was here. The level 2 charger, what is the price tag on that?
I would need to just see if I could check quickly with Jenny if we've priced that out. I believe we are in the process of pricing that out.
Getting quotes, but a level 2 charger can be just a 240 outlet.
Yeah.
Right, like it's actually what your dryer runs on.
Okay.
And so it depends, it's really different. When you're
My personal one was about $470. But it depends on the infrastructure because this would be outdoors. It would necessitate some more infrastructure development, but we are currently getting a quote for that.
And the prefabbed ADU units?
We are working on that. We have not received quotes. We have started contacting prefab designers, but the idea is that if we could do a bulk buy, we could reduce that pricing. We need to ensure that any prefab design is in alignment with our building codes. and our building standards. So we're really excited to explore this space and do research on how this could happen.
So these priorities or funding request soon will come with price tags on them.
Correct. And we have preliminary numbers, but I don't think that's the intent of today, is to actually dive into that. Really just
Saying this is what you're looking, this is what you're going to be seeking, and then we'll talk about dollars and cents later.
Correct. We really want to just make sure that we're hitting the mark with the council's priorities in alignment with the plans that have been adopted, and ensure that we're serving the needs of the constituents and that we're in alignment.
And just to jump in, these will go through the regular budget process. So I think as Nicole said, the idea is for housing and sustainability to talk about the two emergencies and make sure that fine council.
Really helpful to see, the chart is really helpful to see what the impact is, as well as the marks that it hits.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, and kudos to Jenny Neiman for putting this together. But I think it really goes to state that, and it's on us to continue to tell this story better. And I think it helps better explain the breadth of our work. So how does it feel? Do we have a thumbs up? Does this feel like we're hitting the right direction for the council?
Really does to me feel like we're heading in the right direction. I thought we were here to discuss like which ones were competing against each other and which ones we were going to eliminate. So what I see here is like some really bigger picture stuff that's going to help us filter down into some of the smaller niches. So it kind of, to me, works in a reverse pyramid, or depending on how you're looking at it. And that seems solid to me because it has a foundation and it moves up from there.
Thank you so much. I've warmed the podium up for you.
Thank you. I'm glad that it's. Thanks, Nicole.
Thank you so much.
You don't have one joke for us?
Oh, I'll get one before the end of the day.
Okay.
I'll do 2 minutes at the end.
I'll do it.
I'm not your joke staff. Thank you for the allowance. Not coming up here with prepared jokes. I'll work them in, but they're not going to be riddles. Thank you, council. And thank you, Nicole. I see a little bit different programs. So I see a little bit of difference as we go through these. But housing emergency. I wanted to start by touching base on the fact that yes, thank you. Housing is now a division, and I wanted to cover with you the names of the sections so that when I start talking about things, you don't go, what? So one, pretty obvious, housing authority. Housing authority is a housing authority is a housing authority. We often don't talk about those funds because it is nearly wholly funded by HUD. And I'm going to show you some of their funds today so you get a complete picture. But what we used to call the city hall team, and then they moved out of city hall. So then we still called it the city hall team because the other part of housing. So then we called it Christina's staff. Will now be referred to as housing investment. And so when I talk about the housing investment team, that is everything other than housing authority. So that's a new team. Forget, just say, what does that mean? Because I still sometimes will call it just Justina's folks. So coming soon will be one logo. For those that may not have been here, the Housing Authority for a long time was operated as a separate entity while still legally part of the city. And it was about 12 or 13 years ago that the two were brought together. And I have been for the budget book writing 2 sets of mission and goals to everything side by side. It's now one. And so that will be a change in somewhat of what you see.
Will that also be reflected in the commissions?
Sorry, Councilmember, I don't quite understand the
You
question.
mentioned that there were two things that were,
Thank you. Okay, no, it will not be. So as it stands right now, and this is due partially to statute, is that there is a Housing Authority Board of Commissioners. We are required by HUD to have a Housing Authority Board of Commissioners. We also have a Housing Commission established by City Council. So it is the only institutions where there is a shared member, and that is to keep communication between the two going. But at this moment in time, they will stay separate. They serve separate purposes. Excellent question. Thank you for that. So I realized I have a HUD system up on my screen and not my notes. That's always fun. All right, let's chat for a second about Housing Authority funding. I'm not covering all of it, but to give you a general idea, this is what our public housing funding looks like. That top line is rental revenue. The kind of purple one in the middle is our capital grant, and the green one is our operating fund. The two bottom lines are what we get from HUD. The public housing blue line, the rental revenue, is the rental revenue from households paying 30% of their adjusted income for rent. Why is that going up? Minimum wage. So as people make more, they pay 30% of their adjusted income. As they make more, our rental income goes up. It was fairly stable during COVID, but if we went back into 20, you'd see that it had been a little bit lower. Funding for this program, although the reason the HUD notes were up on my screen is because I just got an email about 10 minutes ago that may have some insight into funding, but appears to be fairly stable. So we'll see what comes out of the budget negotiations. January, there has not been a massive indication of cuts in this area. Voucher programs are Section 8. You see the bottom line is our administrative funding for doing what we do in Section 8. This program is tight to administer. You see an increase in the green line. That's two things. The main contributing factor here is rents go up. So half that green line is housing assistance payments, and those are the payments that the city gets the money from HUD. The city takes the money and pays it to landlords on behalf of voucher clients. The difference, the resident, the tenant pays 30% of their adjusted income to the landlord. The housing authority pays the remainder between the established rent and that piece. The other factor here that you see is a slow over time, a small increase in vouchers, but it is mainly due to rising rents. Yes, ma'am.
Sarah, we were talking earlier again about minimum wage. And I know the area medium income is the area, not just Flagstaff. So are you seeing people income pricing them out of qualifying for affordable housing and some of these other programs, Section 8 and stuff?
That's a more complex answer than yes or no. What I will tell you is because we are required to target 70% of our new clients need to be at lower, extremely low income or below. We're having a hard time hitting those benchmarks. And so we're having to bypass other what would be qualified households to get down even lower into the income strata. So we're not at a crisis point with that, but it is difficult, and we are having conversations. Our housing specialists are having conversations with households about, you know, your income goes up. For most of us, when our income goes up, that means that we have a little bit of a cushion. Well, if your income goes up when you are a voucher recipient or a public housing resident, 30% of that increase goes straight to housing. So that becomes harder when they become ineligible for the child care subsidies and as they become ineligible for food assistance, that type of thing. So we are seeing conversations surrounding that. But a lot of the households that we serve come in at under 50% AMI, and a huge number of disabled and elderly households are at 40, 30, 25% AMI and below. Thank you. You are welcome. So that's just, we don't often talk about housing authority funding at budget retreats. So it's just a snapshot overview. At this moment in time, again, there are not
just massive discussions on the federal level of drastically cutting these funds. I think there's a recognition of that actual human beings are being housed. And so there have been some targeted cuts in some other areas, but I hold my breath every time it's discussed. Thanks for letting me chat for a second about, oh, I changed the slide on my screen, but not that one. Okay, here's voucher programs. Bottom line is our administrative funding, that green line is the housing assistance payments I talked about. That increase is largely due to increasing rents. Keeping in mind that HUD still limits what we can pay. So it's not a dollar for dollar, your rent went up this much. There are limits on what those vouchers are worth. All right, foundational elements of the housing investment section. I'm not going to go over this whole slide with you, but this is what I was talking about earlier. I want to draw your attention to the sub bullets under the first one of permanently affordable units is management of the ownership units and compliance monitoring. PM stands for property management company, education for rental units. These are things our staff is already doing. So when we set programs on top of this foundation, we're not having to reinvent the entire wheel. Similar with the owner occupancy verification, which is the second full bullet down. Every 12 to 18 months, we have every single household that we assisted with homeownership or a housing rehabilitation loan verify that they still live in their home as a primary residence. And that sounds like that might be a simple process. And for some, it is. They sign their letter, they get it notarized, or they send a utility bill back, and we're like, great, this is great. But this is where we find where folks have moved, or they have rented it out, or it is no longer in compliance. And that's time our staff takes. Those are the red flags that we chase down and figure out what's the story here. And is your loan due and payable back to the community of Flagstaff? Loan management, when you have a bunch of loans, housing rehab, down payment and closing cost assistance, if somebody wants to refinance, we underwrite that to make sure that they're not taking cash out. So that if they are, you can take cash out, but you need to repay the community of Flagstaff first for the assistance you received, and then the rest is your equity. So again, these are the foundational elements that we place things on top of. Not going to spend much time here. We update you on this fairly regularly. These numbers, of course, are through September 30th. I did some math the other day, and there have been a couple numbers floating around of what percentage of newly created units are affordable. And what I found three numbers. The difference between the numbers is the time period being discussed. And in one of them is promised versus actually delivered. So I am limiting this just to, since the 10-year plan was adopted February 15th of 2022, through the end of September, 22% of new units that have hit the market are affordable, which is well in excess, 12% in excess of the goal of 10% being that number. What's not in here yet are things like the apartments across the street, because they opened after September 30th. So next time, those numbers will be a little higher. We don't report units in here until they are built and occupiable. We're not counting what's promised. Promised is in some small numbers there.
Change your slide.
Oh my gosh, thank you. I thought you were to do some big reveal. It's a big reveal. Ta-da! I would thank you for your patience. I am recovering from surgery slower than I think I do, and my brain is a little slower than I want it to be. Yes, sir.
Your number 22% is remarkable to me. Going forward, maybe this will take a year or two for you to accomplish, but I would be interested how Flagstaff is comparing to other Arizona cities of comparable size in terms of that metric.
That is something that we could look at. Thank you. And I believe the annual report that all cities are now required to turn into Department of Housing by the end of the year. It'll take some time for that data to become consistent, but that is something that we can look at. Thank you.
Sarah,
yes, ma'am.
Under the capital A affordable,
yes,
you have under the 430, 405 is committed. That's not shown on this graph. When that 405 comes to market, we will have hit our target goal.
Hypothetically, yes, we will have hit the goal.
Thank you.
Sarah,
Yes, ma'am.
how are you accounting for the units that we lose?
We have not yet had a net loss. We have had units go, but not out and not any since December 22. The units that are being lost were created 15 plus years ago under the old regulations for the low income housing tax credit program. So those are not in here because this is 10-year plan forward. However, if we hit a net loss, so far the units that have been pulled out due to LIHTC expiration, the creation of new units in the community has outpaced that number of being pulled out.
So are you accounting, so if we say that we have created 430 affordable units, but we've lost 200,
those 200 were never in here because this is only the 10-year plan timeframe.
okay,
If we look at the numbers of, so the Housing Solutions report shared with you on
Tuesday?
is Tuesday or the previous Tuesday or Tuesday before that, has a breakdown of the community numbers. This one is simply 10-year plan.
Okay, thank you.
Watch, I'm going to change that one too. All right, a quick update on bond progress. So this has usually been shown to you in words, but it was heavily suggested to me that I turn it into something else. So on the bond progress, a couple things. You see the rental incentive all the way on that side, the right. With the green is spent and committed, the blue is remaining. So of that 5 million for rental incentive, that 3.35 million is committed or spent. That number some people may go, I thought we spent more than that. We did. It was committed to the second phase project for Foundation for Senior Living, now called All Thrive 365, was committed to the southern half of the property. We recently deobligated that given the change in the plans, and that funding announcement should be coming out in the next week or so. So that's an update on rental incentive. Adaptive reuse was committed at 2.26 million in the past 4 weeks. This is the lantern and the thank you, people. Thank you for helping. Home buyer assistance. This one is shaded differently a little bit since money started being spent. July 1, 10 loans have been made or will close in the next 2 weeks, which is about 500,000. However, it's shaded because all of that money is available. It is Housing Solutions is our program administrator for that. They have access to those funds, so there's nothing further that needs to be done to make those funds available in the community. This last one, redevelopment of city-owned funds, city-owned land. That's the redevelopment of our public housing. That's a multi-year project. There'll be a contract in front of council in January for a consultant to help us carry that process with Brad. So that is the one. And when that money is spent, it will likely be spent as a chunk. It's going to go from all blue to all green at some point in the next several years. We wanted to talk a little bit about one-time funding, and this is leading up to the end of our conversation. So there are many things you've heard housing say it's in the 10-year plan. You've heard it from the Housing Commission, et cetera, that there isn't an ongoing funding source for housing outside of staff time. And this is an example. This is just the IPA money, the incentive funding over a 10-year time period. Now, the blue lines is the budget, which is the carry forward plus the one-time allocation. The orange is what was the one-time allocation that's inside that blue line. This is not a criticism. This is not a budget team didn't give us money. This isn't a council didn't think it was a priority. This is an example of working on one-time allocations with changing funding availability. So you can see there were years where there wasn't funding to allocate towards this. So in these years, we lived on fund balance. In 18 and 20, remember this was decided before the pandemic hit. And then in 21, building had dropped off and we see it come back. The green is the mid-year budget allocation. This was the mid-year budget allocation towards ROARS, which then you see carried over into here. We had a larger allocation in 25. We had an increase in 26 with one mid-year allocation. All of this money is accounted for. There's not a pot sitting there that's uncommitted. There is a pot, I think it's under 10 grand right now that isn't committed to a project. This is awesome. This shows phenomenal council and community support towards having these funds available. But you can see how hard it must be to have a discussion with a developer about incentive funds and accessing incentive funds when you're like, well, the policy's written first come, first serve, because sometimes there's money and sometimes there's not. And that makes it difficult for us to be a meaningful partner because we just don't know. What does next year's budget look like? I'm not quite sure. So I wanted to give a visual representation and talk about a few things that are in the housing budget this year. This isn't all of them, but for example, is the one-year funding in this year's budget is incentive policy, acquisition of land and preservation of affordable units, an administrative specialist position, and employer-assisted housing. Now, employer-assisted housing, we have tried to be creative with, and loan paybacks from the previous down payment and closing cost assistance program before bond funds are going into employer-assisted housing, so we can keep the bond fund separate. So will there be a budget request there? We'll have to see what the paybacks look like on that.
So can you remind us what preservation of affordable units is?
Yes. So preservation of affordable units or acquisition of land was money that staff requested in order to have the ability to partner with if there was somebody who could purchase the bulk of a LIHTC expiring credit. I think our money there was 250,000. So it's not a ton. It's not where we're coming to the table in a super meeting, but it gives us a seat at the table. The other one is acquisition of land. We used to have an acquisition of land fund that when a developer or someone came to us and said, hey, what about this? And I'll sell it to you. We had the ability to partner that way. And it's been a long time since we've had the ability to do that. Okay. This is a little bit different than Nicole's process. So way back in the day in fall retreat, we used to come to council with ideas, rough ideas. Here's what we're thinking about. Here's what we've heard from you over the year. Here's what we've heard from the community. What are you interested in for us to work up a budget proposal for consideration? So that we had some time, we weren't working in a vacuum being like, I think I know what they want. And then we get done with the budget process and somebody says, you know what we never talked about was this. Well, we're changing that. And so these are 3 ideas that I've heard from different folks, staff, council, community, etc. And what we're seeking from you is, are you interested in staff working up a budget proposal to be discussed or not? So this is not a, here's what I'm submitting. I have other things too. We'll request money for IPA, don't worry. But on these larger things, before staff dedicates time to creating a framework and asking for budget, what are you interested in? So let me give you a quick rundown on them. The first one's pretty obvious. Is council interested in having a discussion regarding the creation of an ongoing funding source dedicated to housing? We have met with city management and Rick Tatter. This would require the implementation of something new or taking money away from something else. I don't want to pretend that there's, I always tease Tatter about having a money tree in his office. And this morning I decided it's seated next because crystal ball. And what else were you using? Dartboard, crystal ball, dartboard, money tree. That's what's on the credenza behind his desk, I'm sure. So one, there are some ideas surrounding this. We don't know if council's interested in us having that discussion within this budget process. The next one is responsive to a fair request by Councilmember Matthews. Where we've had some head nods, but it's never been like a fair request. So we thought we could do it here, is to expand the incentive policy to include financial incentives for middle market and workforce housing. Including regulatory incentives is a different ballgame. It doesn't include a financial allocation towards this effort. What does this look like? It could look like a number of things. Have we worked through all of those? No, because we don't know if that's what council wants to see or not. And then this one has come up periodically. I call it a popcorn idea because fairly often somebody will come and be like, what about employer provided housing for city employees? Most often this is viewed as rental housing. Some places it's, you know, you can live in city housing for your first 12 to 18 months while you get established, get your feet underneath you, and can find another place to live in our community. Again, it's come up over time. Do I have a lot of details on what it would look like? No, because we haven't invested the time in that until we know if council is interested in seeing a budget request responsive to that. I am not lobbying you. I am here for feedback on, are you interested in us working up additional details on any of these? And we can do it a couple ways. We can go one by one. We can do popcorn discussion, etc. So I saw Councilmember Matthews' hand first.
Can you just a little deeper into what is ongoing funding source dedicated to housing? Is that a tax? Is that, what did you mean by that?
There are a number of ways that it could be done. It could be a tax, it could be a fee. Tatter has a list of ideas, which we will explore with council if that's something that you want us to come back with. And when I say we, I say finance, with us standing on the side being like, yeah, because that's not our bailiwick.
Dedicated to housing, what do you mean by that?
So there are like BBB. BBB is a tax that can only go towards PPP efforts. So it would be an ongoing funding source where we could have something in our 5-year plan that we could say, okay, we know we're going to get X amount of money every year, and here's how we can program it. Right now, our 5-year plan shows our current year funding and then maybe projected pieces, but nothing that we can do any longevity around planning.
And then, yes, that is a fair item on the expand the incentive policy. So that would definitely still be my vote, because I have council members put their thumbs up that we explore that. So I would think that would be.
Okay. I missed that enough council members put thumbs up on that one too.
Well, I introduced it as a fair item, and then it came back to see if it'd go back on the agenda to then be discussed and voted on, and it was.
Okay.
Right.
Apologies on that one then. So we will work up a financial proposal to go with that one. Councilmember Spence.
Your point on the idea number 3, I've heard from Mountain Line CEO Heather Domlin and FUSD superintendent that their affordable housing initiatives cannot, by statute, I don't know, it's federal or state statute, cannot be restricted to their employees.
Mhm.
So would that same law, whatever it is, apply to idea number 3?
It depends somewhat on the funding source and the ownership structure. And so in some cases, it may not be only for, but preference is given to. So that is one of the pieces we can bring back.
What do you think you have the capacity to, do you have the capacity to come back with a proposal for each of these? One of these, two of
You
these?
could come up with a proposal. It's going to be broad spectrum picture. And also dependent on, you heard from finance this morning. We are fully aware, we sat through the same presentation. Tyler doesn't really have a money tree in his office. And so we will work up what this could look like, what costs might be. For example, for one of them, for the employer provided housing for city employees, perhaps the first step of that is a feasibility study. Is let's set some money aside and some staff time aside so we have time to fully develop it. Does that mean we're gonna come back in with like this piece of land, this many units, this is who our development partner is? It sure doesn't. But what's legal, what's not legal? Can we dictate this? Can we do that? And a lot of that depends on your funding source. So we have the capacity to develop all three of these to a certain extent, enough for meaningful consideration. With the caveat that there is not necessarily funding. We know, I put these up here, knowing that we have certain budget constraints within the organization. And while I appreciate housing as a priority, I fully recognize and understand that we are the only ones. And that we have ongoing needs, like you mentioned, you enjoy your trash being picked up once a week. And that has to continue. That has to be first.
And would you be able to also estimate how many households you'd likely serve with each of, with what you could do with each of these areas?
Well, at point number 2, yes, and it would be based on a financial calculation. Bullet point 3, hypothetically, a lot of variables surrounding in that one, and then an ongoing funding source. It depends on how much money. If that funding source is $50,000 a year, yeah, I can give you an estimate. But how is that money programmed? That piece would be, these are the options for creating funding source. Is council interested in creating something new, taking away from something else, et cetera, to identify a funding source, and then we would come to you with programming.
So Sarah, do you find value if you explored all three at the high level, came back and we picked only one of the three and you have the 2 left? Would that be helpful for planning for next year? Knowing that information?
Yeah, of course. Anything we invest time in will build that foundation piece. Justina and I are very opposite people. She deletes everything, I delete nothing. And so I'm like, we've done this before, hold on. And back into stuff I go and find it. Any of that work is valuable, gives us an idea of where to go, where not to go. We have floated a lot of things over the years that weren't viable, which is fine. So I just keep those in a little file.
There are also things that other communities are doing.
Yes. Yeah.
Too.
And we can look at best practices and we can come up with them. Is there money for all of 3? I know there's not money for all 3. I know it. So, but any work we do on it gives us a foundation to build on for other things. Or for you to make a decision that you're not interested at all and then.
I'd just like to say on idea number 3, I think there's a potential side benefit of the city setting an example. And you mentioned maybe the first step would be to hire an analyst to look at this whole issue of employee affordable housing. We've seen Mountain Line come up with a plan that they're implementing. We've seen FUSD come to us and ask us for cooperation on their plan, but there are other big employers in town that might take some inspiration if the city, if they were to hire a consultant that looks at this big picture. I'm thinking that the Northern Arizona Healthcare could jump on board. Gore might find some guidance, and I'm thinking we could be an example to other big employers. Oh, NAU is another one. So I like number 3 in that we might be able to leverage other big employers.
Or potentially partner. Maybe we don't go alone.
So my only concern with 3 is pigeonholing, like, we're gonna assume that all employees want to live under the same roof and they all want to be, a renter and they all want to be in the location. And so there's a lot of things I'm just thinking about off the top of my head that would make that success, if we even did it, lower, because we're assuming that they're gonna go into, some sort of, low-income housing, together. But having said that, that's just making assumptions. So maybe not hiring a consultant, but if we could find some other cities that have done this to say, it worked, it didn't work, this was the obstacles before we went down that path, I would feel more comfortable, because right now I'm just, the barriers are popping up. It's like, well, I don't want to live on the east side or the west side or the south side or I don't want to live in an apartment complex. I don't want to I want to be at a townhome and stuff. So, the ongoing funding source, again, I think for me, it comes down to how much financial resources to explore it, because we're taxing the heck out of our residents. Sales tax, property tax, this rate increases and stuff. And I'm just really nervous about that. It's a great idea. So if we could come up with some general overview on it before we spent too much money on it, to see what that we would get those funding sources, what kind of tax, if that's what it took, and how much would really play a housing. And then of course the middle one already in.
The top one would be a discussion between now and when budget is done, to see, these are the options, these are what it can look like. This is what it would mean if it's a tax increase or not a tax increase. Tatter has a lovely list. He does. And he was thinking creatively.
There's a lot of things in red that we can't do, but.
Right. But there are some things in green. And maybe this isn't the year, but if council would like to have that discussion, we're up for it. This is something that was mentioned to me by a couple of folks after the last budget process of like, hey, we didn't talk about? Okay, well, would you like to talk about it? So, and on the employer-assisted employee housing, it wouldn't be a requirement. For example, when Dan Folk moved to Aspen, he's living in housing owned by Aspen. And he has a certain amount of time, I don't remember, but the rent on the place goes up the longer that he's there, to encourage to move out into the community. But it gave him a footing to move into the community and take that job. And so there are a bunch of different ways to structure that. I'm not envisioning, a 350 unit apartment complex and it's where all the city employees live, but rather I know our PD struggles with officers coming up here from other spots, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a long-term thing. It can be a 24 months type thing.
My values align with Vice Mayor in that I would like to see these taken on one at a time, but I would like to see the one that's most viable for our current conditions.
Okay. So does that mean, if I may clarify, then the council would like to have a discussion on what options look like for an ongoing funding source? And then prioritize the bottom two?
Yeah, whatever the means.
Does that sound? That's what I'm hearing for direction. Am I summarizing that from all of you correctly?
Well, once again, it's the middle, it's a fair item.
Yes. So that one we will bring a proposal forward on. And we will put some details surrounding employer provided housing for city employees, what fit capacity, and we think what might be a realistic funding request or not. That would be a multi-year thing. It's not like this year is going to be all the money, and by this time next year, we're like, welcome to the ribbon cutting. That's not how creating housing units works. Okay. Thank you very, very much for that feedback. Nicole, did you have anything else that you needed before we get out of the way?
Yeah, just really appreciate the opportunity to peel back some layers on how we approach things. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great stuff.
Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council staff. Hello, Joanne. Am I next up for the Champions Employee Survey? Okay. I'm hoping the slide. Okay, thank you. I am here on behalf of the Champions of Team Flagstaff, and I wanted to read our mission statement. I think that's really important as we launch into the employee survey result. The mission of Champions of Team Flagstaff is to enhance the culture and environment for City of Flagstaff employees through encouraging engagement, feedback, and communication within the organization. The employee survey is executed every couple of years and executed through Champions of Team Flagstaff. The results are used by champions, by Human Resources, EAC, or others within the city to help implement programs or direct budget to certain places that might need help. The survey was conducted last year. Well, actually July to September-ish this past year, almost 26 now. We're going to go over the response rate, the results dashboard, trends, and then just a summary of the comments that were received. There is a link that I think you've been provided the link to view the survey. The survey has not gone out to our employees yet. It's been reviewed by leadership, EAC, and champions. And later today, we're sending out an email for all employees to see the result. So the survey went out July 21st and through September 5th, we collected 510 responses. So under our mission, it's really important that we engage and communicate with our employees. So our team is really proud that we got more people to take the survey than we have in the past number of surveys. There are 6 theme areas. You can read what those are on the slide. About 20 questions or so feed into those theme areas. The survey is open to all city employees, and the 510 responses are about 49% of our employees. We have this lovely dashboard that CJ Perry and his group, Chris Summers, helped to generate in the survey from 23. And so now this year we're kind of fine tuning the dashboard. When you join the dashboard, you'll see all the kind of the names of the categories of the, I'll just say 20 questions across the bottom, and you can kind of see what ranks high, what ranks low, just on a quick review. So you'll see that employee results were a little lower, addressing compensation, succession planning, promotions, and then on the higher end, your employees are motivated, they enjoy work, and they feel empowered. But not to say the low end is scoring low. We actually see trend increases from the last survey, major increases in how the employees are ranking in those lower topics. So I didn't realize that there's a bigger slide demonstrating what I just, I'll skip this one. And we wanted to just share a couple of the highlights. So what scored really, so we're just sharing a couple trends from last year, the percent increase from last year, not the overall trend over the last couple of surveys. And what was great, CJ brought in data going back like 5 surveys. But since last year, the highest change from the previous survey, 14% increase for I am able to handle my workload without burnout. So that was the greatest percent increase since last year. having even experienced burnout potentially myself, it feels great to have the support that we need to reduce that burnout and have encouragement to work-life balance and such. 8% change from 2023 with the question, how satisfied are you with your work-life balance? That was a new question in 2023 and the second time that it was asked. We also summarize the percent of agree or strongly agree, just as, you know, positive versus the more negative disagree or strongly disagree. So providing an additional statistic question. And the last increasing trend we wanted to highlight, a 7% change from 2023 to the question, compared to others in my line of work, I am paid fairly. And I know that this was a focus of our prior city manager and our city manager's office and you all. That's a increasing trend over the last couple of surveys that is very promising. So thank you. Under the common topics, we received 160 responses that people typed up, 160 pages of responses. And through AI, those were compiled for each question in the dashboard. You can go under each question and we've summarized those into positive comments and constructive comments. And among all of that summary, we summarized into positive themes, bless you, into positive themes and constructive themes. So under the positive themes, appreciation for flexibility in work schedules, beneficial for work-life balance. A willingness to invest in the betterment of the organization. Support and guidance from direct supervisors. A sense of empowerment and trust to make decisions and contribute to projects. Regular and various types of meetings, such as hybrid weekly check-ins and team meetings, are appreciated. There's a high value placed on personalized appreciation. And positive feedback and recognition from supervisors makes employees feel proud and motivated to do better. And then on kind of the constructive comment side, benefits, lower healthcare costs and more vacation days, right?
Yeah, we all want that.
We all want that. Compensation is not competitive enough, but we're definitely making a lot of headway in that direction on compensation. Clear and consistent communication between divisions and from leadership about policies and procedures. High employee turnover leading to low morale. Broader acknowledgement and recognition in performance reviews. More ways to showcase accomplishments to reinforce mission values. Need for streamlined processes, improved training, and having more staff to share the workload. Strong desire for cross-division trainings. And more intentional, clear path or career path, leadership, and cross-functional training opportunities. So those were kind of the areas and themes that emerged out of the 160 pages of comments received.
Are you going to show us the non-constructive? No. Comment?
You can mine the data however you wish. It's available. So just talk to CJ and so that is kind of a conclusion of just a summary of the employee survey. That email, you'll see it later today. You can go in and take a look. I know champions will be kind of dissecting the employee survey results a bit for how we program with our employees. The all-employee barbecue is an example of one of the things we do. We also have our on-the-spot program, which is kind of like a virtual high five. People that get an on-the-spot recognition get into a quarterly drawing, and we win, or you get things like frisbees and fun gadgets and maybe gift cards if we can score gift cards. We also do the work anniversaries, so just recognizing each employee every year for their anniversary, and they get to pick out an item from the visitor center. And we might do a team Flagstaff socks coming up. So yeah, any questions, or do you have any feedback for us?
I have a question. On your first slide, when it showed the graph on the questions and how they ranked, there was a compensation and then a compensation 2, as well as empowerment and empowerment 2. What's the difference between those?
So previous questions were maybe asked after an action was taken around compensation. So whereas now that action, we're experiencing that action where we want to maybe get the overall just sentiment, like I'm paid appropriately, let's say, versus a question that's more pointed at following a directive that was taken or an action that was taken. So we're trying to kind of migrate away from a pointed question to a more general, getting more general feedback, but we wanted to preserve the history of, preserve that trend, if that makes sense. So as you go through the questions, you'll see how they're worded differently.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
It's Darren.
Get on time or do we? Well, that's a good segue to, let's see, investing in employees. So Aaron talked a little bit about the employee survey that happens, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the tangible things that we've done as a city this year, recently, and what we'd like to continue doing moving forward to invest in our employees. I'm Ryan. I know all of you myself, but this screen here, I think, does a nice job of outlining for you all and for all of us, just as a nice reminder, the total rewards package that the city of Flagstaff offers. So we have anywhere from, pay. Aaron talked a little bit about the employee recognition, which you see in orange, opportunities for advancement within the ranges for compensation. We have an extremely robust wellness program here at the city, and then great opportunities for learning and development. I recognize this slide's a little difficult to read, but the point is it's robust. It's very competitive. It's an excellent total rewards package. And that's thanks to you and your investment in employees, especially in the last few recent years. Speaking of this year, things that we've done as a city to invest in our employees, we did merit increases. Sorry, I gotta flip down here so I got my notes. So employees have an opportunity to earn through pay for performance anywhere between 2% and 4% on their base salary. And then those in public safety get the opportunity to move up a step as well. We completed our 4-year cycle for market reviews. So what the city did was about 4 years ago, started to review 25% of our roughly 280 classifications in the city to do market reviews, and you saw ranges for particular classifications jump up considerably over that time period because of the stagnancy over the previous, frankly, it sounds like 5 to 10 years. We completed that last year. That was about a $4 million investment in employees on that last round of market adjustments for our staff. And then we also funded a mid-year market, a little bank available to the city so that we would, when we identify difficult to fill positions where we're not seeing that we're able to attract or retain, we have the ability to do mid-year market adjustments to help revisit that classification and see if that needs to adjust outside of that 4-year cycle that we've adopted to this point. But keep in mind, we have completed that 4-year cycle. And so I want to talk a little bit about what we're going to do moving forward or what we'd like to do. So moving forward, going into the next budget year, we would like to continue the merit and pay for performance. That is built into the long-term plan, but we just like to make sure that that's reminded that that's a huge investment and we want to continue that. We also have a minimum wage increase. We talked a little bit about that earlier today. This certainly impacts us too as an employer. So right now our minimum wage is $18.50. So the lowest salary range or person starting with the city is going to earn $18.50. A week from now, or a week and a half from now, come January 1st, the city's minimum wage goes to $18.35. So for this year, we don't have to worry about adjusting our minimum wage because we are still above that. But the way that that is trending, of course, we do anticipate that that $18.35 will exceed our $18.50 city of Tucson or city of Flagstaff as an employer minimum wage effective January 1st of 2027. So we want to keep that in mind going into this budget year, that halfway through this next budget year, there's a good chance that our lowest paid employee or range is going to need an adjustment, and we'd like to get ahead of that, which has been our tradition. What that will do is it will create some compression. Right? So as we raise those lower ranges or the pay in the lower pay scales, that's going to push into those up the chain, and then so HR's recommendation is typically to feather out through to make compression adjustments for other employees to keep some space between and how we value our classifications. We would also like to continue to fund our mid-year and our annual market adjustments. I talked about those that we've done that this year, and that's been helpful for addressing sort of in the moment or the need for difficult to fill positions. But we also want to continue to invest and keep competitive with our market. Because we've completed our 4-year cycle, also because I'm new, I'm suggesting that we take a look at how we and market studies in order to determine how we want to pay, I guess, our employees related to market. And so we've engaged a consultant this year to help us determine and do our philosophy. We've heard that the 4-year cycle is a long time for employees to have to wait. And we also see that sometimes occurring when maybe the IT profession has a major jump in how much it costs to hire, and having to wait 4 years to recycle back to it. The mid-year market budget line might help us in that moment, but we think we might be able to get to a cycle where we can study those a little bit more frequently, I guess. And our consultant is going to help us do that. The second to last bullet point, review employees below expected progression through the pay range. What this means is a few years ago, the city adopted what's called a salary calculator. It's a calculator, it's a tool to consistently use when we hire, promote, or we have employees changing jobs, changing positions, to look at their education and their experience, and place them on this calculator that's been created by our class and comp unit within HR. And we've recognized, although it's a small number, some employees haven't moved at all during that time frame. They haven't either been hired, they haven't had a job change, and so they haven't been reviewed. So we'd like to take a look at that. We don't know yet how much that may cost if we decide that we want to do something, but we want to at least investigate that a little bit. And then big question that I get a lot at EAC, I've heard it here today a little bit, address the possible benefit increases. This is a real thing. So I can tell you that I went to, I'm a trustee for NAPEP, our conglomerate benefits provider, the trust. There's certainly been a higher number of claims than anticipated, and a higher number of high claims is what they're reporting out. And then nationally, industry-wide, healthcare costs are growing, and so we will feel that. Don't have a good idea yet on what that impact may be, but there's certainly, all indicators are that the city is going to have to find additional funds for some level of premiums effectively. And then what we do with that, I guess, is TBD, and we'll continue to have discussions or start to have those discussions as we get hard numbers. So what I'd like to do here is talk a little bit about what our investments have done. So investing in employees has had real positive impact on our ability to attract and retain talent here at the city of Flagstaff. I don't know if this has a, oh, it does. Oh, but you can't see it on the screen. The orange line here, this is our turnover rate, and the blue line is our vacancy rate. I know it's difficult to see, so I'll step over here. Here's 2021. Right in this time period is where we started to really invest in employees with dedicating dollars for pay for performance, looking at market, starting our market cycle. And we see that our turnover rate starts to dip down to about 12%. And our vacancy rate stayed pretty flat, but is definitely on a slight decline and is also at about 12%. The national average under the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the turnover rate's 19%, and a healthy rate is usually somewhere between 9 and 11%. So we're really close to being at a healthy turnover rate. So we hope that we continue to invest in our employees. The next couple of graphs that I'll show, these are annual numbers, and keep in mind 2025 is not a complete year yet, so this is through November, so we're missing about a month of data. These are a total number of recruitments run, so we're relatively flat at 211 this year so far. And that number also shows one recruitment might be to fill the same or multiple vacancies in the same classification. This graph I thought was pretty incredible to look at, the number of applications that we've received. And so this number has absolutely spiked from 2021 at about 3,400 to this year we're approaching 6,900. And I think that's just really a testament to word is getting out that we invest in our employees. We have an awesome benefits package, a total rewards package, and we are now competing with the market. Let's see, this is my last slide. This just kind of shows the number of hires that we've had. It really is relatively flat. It looks like it's heading down, but the scale on this, 291, 268 from left to right. This is either new hires or people changing jobs through a competitive process, promotions, sometimes taking a voluntary reassignment or a demotion or through a lateral transfer. And I think what's notable here is we've had, doing rough math here, almost 450 offers this year, and 84% of those have been accepted and about 16% declined. I think is a really healthy number that we should celebrate, that we have folks that are accepting our offers. Now that may be after a little bit of a negotiation, but we have a healthy benefits package that we're offering. And if we continue to invest in that, we're going to continue to see what I believe are positive numbers in this arena. And that's it, unless you have questions. Yes, sir.
On your slide that where you talked about your market analysis and having done a quarter of the employees every year for 4 years in a row, and the $4 million figure is quoted. Is that $4 million for one year or for all 4 years?
I look for my budget team to help me out because I'm new, but I believe that's last year. That's this year's investment, correct?
Just last year.
Just this last year.
So let's assume that it was $4 million every year, $16 million to do a major market adjustment. I'm glad we did it. I wasn't around, but I'm glad it's been done. But it seems like I'm looking forward to your consultant's advice. It seems like it shouldn't take $1 million to figure out what people are being paid for what jobs across the country. You could ask AI, tell us. All I'm saying is $16 million. I hope we probably got our money's worth out of it, but I hope we don't have to spend $16 million every decade.
That's not the cost of the study.
No, that's not the cost of the study. That's investment on employee pay.
Yes, it says in.
Okay, I misunderstood your 4 million.
If not, I'm in the wrong industry. Yes, I'm sorry. I missed that till the very end. So thank you over here. Yeah, that is the investment in the employees.
To make it right.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, I think this dollar figure includes the public safety time period too, which was more expensive.
We did a lot this year versus
Yeah.
prior years. And
Yeah.
this is the people what we spent on market adjustments.
Thank you for that
Clear, I think it's 500,000, 700,000 range, but last year was a big group that was addressed, that were below market.
And that's following years of not having done it. So it's, presumably going to be more expensive to catch up once. And then as long as we maintain it, shouldn't be as expensive. But we also don't control what the market looks like and how much it costs to pay particular industries or job types that can fluctuate. Anything else? All right, thank you. I don't need a. Yeah, I know, I'd try.
All right. Now we want to give you just a quick update on the service partner request process. Myself, along with sustainability and our purchasing team, have been working on this process for the last couple of years, trying to put a tool and a format in place for us to look at requests that come to you as council members directly, or an email to city manager or so forth, looking for city support of programs or existing services that they would like to at least get in front of the city for a consideration. We took these in so many different fashions 5 years ago that really didn't capture all the information we were looking for when we get the information. So this process helps us kind of put that all in one place and puts a continuity to how people are submitting requests in our budget process. So now is the time of year that we are looking for people to put in a request, but the purpose with this application, this form, is to make sure that when they're putting their request, they tell us, how does your request align with the community priorities, council priorities? Explain how this furthers those, as well as the process provides that consistency, the clarity, helps us ask the right questions of information we'll want to know when we're making a decision on the request. By putting this as an annual process that we close at the end of December, this makes it aligned with our budget process instead of how we've had one-off requests occur in June, just after we adopted a budget. We're like, well, we've got a budget approved. We can't definitely fund things. So trying to get people to request within our budget process is a lot easier for us to manage. It requires them to provide more context instead of just an email or a memo saying what they want to do. Just context of what they want to deliver. Maybe some of the benchmarks they should be watching as they move forward with their programs if it receives funding. It increases transparency to the funding process. It makes it equal to others to apply to the city instead of just finding a partner to bring your request forward. Everyone goes to the one request process and it equally comes forward. We look for this to increase accountability for recipients that are approved, meaning you've told us you were going to do this. These were what the metrics you were going to do. Now we want you to check back in and deliver what you said you expected. So we have this ability to track and make accountability. It helps us internally tracking and monitoring requests as they come through the budget process all the way to council, and then monitor beyond the application. So we are pleased to say that the form is up. It was up last year also, but it is live for people to go on our website. It's under the management services section, since that's where budget and procurement is. We kind of put that aligned with management services. And if you search service partner funding request, you should be able to find it on the website, or contact me. I'll give you a link that you could share with people who are interested in submitting for funding this year. We generally open the process every July, and then we ask for people to commit and complete by December 31st. So we can package it for our budget conversations in the coming year. So that was a great help from the sustainability team, and us getting this up is a good thing and a clean process we could use forward. So like I said, inquiries are due December 30th, 31st. And then that starts the process where we'll package it, we'll review their application. Our sustainability have offered to help us review, make sure people are applying properly. They're in this realm more often than us in purchasing finance and such are. So they're going to help us with the applicant, make sure their applications are clean and clear and complete. Then this goes into the whole pot of discussions with the budget team and reviews of budget requests. Of note, these are not, we don't set aside funding for these requests. It competes with other city resources. It repeats with resources for other city operations and requests that we have in the budget process. And so it may or may not reach into the city manager recommended budget during that process, but we will commit to bring these forward to council during the April review. So during the April review, we'll summarize kind of what we received, what we may have approved, and what we may have said, we couldn't find the funding for this, but council could give us feedback and say, no, this is a priority for me. I do think this is something we want to have funding, and we'll talk about how we adjust for those requests. So it's an open, transparent process for each service partner to come forward and work through a budget process versus these one-off requests that we generally get in the past. So that's where we're at. So the deadline is coming up. There are two agencies that I did reach out to. One is Boys and Girls Club, because they did email me last budget cycle, say we want to add services at another recreation site. And then, of course, the Flagstaff Family Food Center. They were the late request last year. So I reached out to them a couple months ago and say, hey, now's the time to put in this application. So please, let us know if you have any questions. So hopefully they're in the process filling this out, and we'll get it to us soon. So those are two that I'm aware of. But if you have anybody else that's reaching out to you that has a question or concern and want to make that consideration, they can reach out to me, or we can direct them to this website to actually put in that funding request. So now's the time. If you're hearing things, please help support the process, and I think it'll be much better this year. So that's it for the update. You have something to add?
I was just gonna add real quick, in developing the application, we referred to the grant application process for BPAC, as well as the Flagstaff Sustainability Grants. So the byproduct of this, the co-benefit, is that we hope to see more consistency on these micro grants or funding. So more consistency in the report outs that are coming from the agencies, which will then provide continuity across all.
Thanks, Nicole.
The website said online portal, parentheses, coming soon. What does coming soon mean for the portal?
We tried to develop an online system where people could just type into a form and attach things, a product called OnBase. But we were not able to get that complete this year with the staff time and developing that with our IT partners. So really it's all by a Word document process this year. We hope to get the portal up next year. It's just trying to simplify it for people.
Right. If this is a new way to submit these requests and deadlines, What are we doing to communicate this out to our community partners that may have a request like Boys and Girls Club or the Food Center?
It's as they come in. I don't have a formal process to reach out for people. We could maybe put a public notice out, I guess, to say now's the time. to submit, but It's really based on what you're hearing and what we get.
So the request for this current fiscal year, the deadline is December 31st or for the start of next fiscal?
It's for the start of next fiscal year. For us to include in the budget process and that, yeah.
And Rick, just to jump in, I would rather not put out a public notice on this. I think it would be good if you have folks that you can connect them to the site.
It's more reactive to what you're hearing.
Pandora's box.
Do I have more time?
You get applause. Oh, okay.
Twice I didn't run over.
Great job. All right, we are actually about 15 minutes ahead, so that's a good thing. So how about we just blow through this last break, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. But instead of a break, okay, instead of a break, I need to get a picture of you all. So how about I get you to at least stand up and stretch and maybe kind of gather around this front table so I can get a picture of council and staff. Thank you, thank you.
Oh, no, not a picture.
Yeah. Everybody wants a picture. All right, here, well, yeah, if you're gonna get up and stretch anyway, so if you could kind of come and just gather around this front table real quick, and then we'll keep going. Now, remember how this works. I need two pictures. One serious picture. We are hardworking people that get stuff done.
We're sitting.
Yes. And then one picture that says, and we have fun doing it.
I know.
Well, really camera shy people in the front. All right, come on, squeeze in, squeeze in. Then let me get this side. Right in.
No.
We have a few stragglers coming in. Do we almost have everybody? All right, so this is your serious picture. You're the hardest working people in Flagstaff. That's not cutting it. All right, there you go. Thank you, Chief. All right, you're the hardest working people in Flagstaff.
Yes.
You are. And you have a good time doing it.
Yes.
Yes.
Nice. All right.
It's our good time. Woo!
Can I do a goofy one?
That-
Goofy! Goofy!
That was it. That's too quick. I was reaching up, but it worked out.
That's awesome. That's awesome. All right, while you're settling back in, before I turn it over for us to, one last question for you. And I'll give you a hint. This is a book written by one of the two coaches that I gave you. One was Mike Krzyzewski, Leading with the Heart. The other was Win Forever, Pete Carroll. You're gonna like this one. When leaders listen deeply, they gain influence without exerting authority. When leaders listen deeply, they gain influence without exerting authority. Mike Krzyzewski or Pete Carroll? Right, good job. Listening strengthens alignment, right? Before decisions are finalized and communicated. Finally, on your list of books. So that was the list of 7 books that I read in 2025, 2026. Y'all knew Julie Lancaster, most of you do. I get the pleasure and privilege of working with her and for her. If you haven't picked up her book, Beyond Words, you should check it out. How Stories and Strategies Inspire Leaders in Action. And it's not just, there's tons of stories in it. She tells great stories, but there's lots of practical leadership application. And at the end of each chapter, there's an assignment and a challenge for you to go forward. If you don't have it yet, I would recommend it. Beyond Words, How Our Stories and Strategies Inspire Leaders in Action. And then this one, I attended a fireside talk with Stephen T. Collis. I would recommend this book as well. It's entitled 10 Habits to Change Our Potentially Toxic Conversations into Healthy Dialogues. It's entitled 10 Habits of a Peacemaker. And I think that's appropriate for everyone in this room. If you want, ask me later, you can take a picture of it, but I highly recommend this book as well. All right, we're gonna get ready to wrap up. You get like probably an hour of your day back. So I know we have public comments coming up, right?
Yeah.
And then we'd like to close maybe with some comments from our council.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I just want to say thank you for the engagement today. I feel like it was a really productive day, and I think we as staff got some good direction from all of you today going into this budget process. And staff, thanks for everybody who's here today, and look forward to bringing back some recommendations on the retreat schedule and materials and some of those kind of nuts and bolts items. And I'll be meeting with the team couple weeks to start figuring that out. So Jeff, turn it back to you and first we need to do the wrap up with council.
All right. Do we have any Mayor Daggett, what public participation this time?
Any requests? Oh, we got it.
All right.
You have somebody.
Just a reminder, we have 3 minutes for comments.
Okay.
I got less than that.
3 minutes.
I wonder if I get a quick question for Rick, and I'm sorry if you touched on this earlier. During the recession planning, you have, if revenues fall 10 to 20%, that's when you start accessing reserves. Can you put some meat on the bones on that? Are you going to draw the reserves down to a certain level and stop? Or do you, when do you start taking it down, and what percentage? I appreciate it. Thanks.
Under public participation.
Oh, yeah.
Agenda.
Like it's related. Yeah.
I already followed
I'm up here because the sound is not great.
Okay.
Thank you, Rick.
So when we're looking at that level of the recession plan, what our strategy has been, we are budgeting about 25% in the general fund. And we are willing to go down to 15% is where we would probably go. 15 or 10, Brandon?
It's 10.
10. We're willing to get down to 10% because that's where, when we look at the, best practices, what financial institutions are looking at when we have debt, we really don't want to see an organization get below that for general fund reserves. So that's as far as we would go with that resource we have. All right.
All right, as we wrap up, Mayor, Vice Mayor, anyone on council would like to close us out?
Council, do you have any closing thoughts that you would like to share?
Another good retreat. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Very efficient. And staff, it was fun to do the budget game with you and to spend these Jeff bucks. And I hope you all have great holidays and get some rest so that we can start 2026 off with a lot of energy. All right, and staff, anything additional?
Thank you, Jeff. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
city manager.
Yes, thank you, all staff.
Thank you. All right, you get some time back in your day.
You're
Have a great day. Merry Christmas. Stay safe.